Spoon entertainment. To get your information, to the food, to be my spoon television, spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every evening, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba. What I want? Yes, Pajubati. Yes, Pajubati. Spoon entertainment. Charges on the beat. To get your information, to the spoon, to be my spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Jama, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat my regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a nose up there, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Your information.
Okay, good evening to everyone. I'd like to welcome you on the wet day in Monrovia. Very rainy day across the country today. On this 6th day of August, I'd like to welcome you to another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk is live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. And by means of relay across the country, thanks to our partner radio stations that are making this possible. We're live on Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seclet P. Nimba County, and a host of other radio stations across the country. We want to welcome you as we get started with another edition of Spoon Talk tonight. We're also live across the world on social media. We're live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We're live on YouTube. And our YouTube is Spoon Talk Live. So thanks for joining us tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. It's going to be a great show tonight. Very informative. The invitation is yours to join us. It doesn't matter where you are. Let's have a great show. So let me welcome a few of you joining us. Philip Bala, I see you are here. Bala, thanks for joining us. Richard Kuman, Sally, the Sally is joining us. Lasana Kamara, Political Pay, T. Sunday Car is joining us as well. Per Kimball is here joining us. She says, greetings from the Peace State. Henry Walker is joining us from Grand Jita County, Zweju to be precise. Political DP is joining us from Hotel Africa. Henry Walker, Akwe, Kova Pay is joining us as well tonight. Oscar Zigben from Nimba County, always. An ardent follower of the show from that part of the country is joining us tonight as well. See Helena Kigbe from the UK. Thanks for joining us. Hope I got the name right. Winston Swain, Barney Gray, Tana K. Hill. All of you joining us tonight, just do us a favor. Just share the show as you join us. It doesn't matter where you joining us from. Kindly share the program across the social media handles. Let's make sure we have a great show tonight. Wonder Wow, Africa, Southern District, Plebo, Kelvin Kamara. All of you joining us tonight. Thanks for coming on. This is Spoon Talk. This is where you get the news. This is where you get the analysis, the views of Liberians. We bring you up to speed with the happenings in the country. I want to welcome all of you tonight. So we're going to go to the phone lines, take your calls. Let's hear what your thoughts are. What is it you want to talk about tonight? Health, education. We want to talk about the environment. We want to talk about sanitation. Just anything that is of concern to you. The first segment of the program is dedicated to all of you. You get to express yourself, speak out on the different issues that matter to you the most. So we'll go to the phone lines. Take calls now. 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on Spoon Talk. So we take our first caller here. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Hello, you're live. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, this is Oscar that is calling from Gompasere, Niva County.
Oscar, go ahead. It's good to have you on tonight.
What about my brother is have to do with our government.
Okay.
You know, when you take the authority of leadership in a country, forget about opposition and focus on the country. How you will make a decision to live in a helpful life and a happy life.
Okay.
But over the time, I observed that the officials of government come to the president, their focus is on CDC. Everyday CDC. This would not help us. As a leader of the country, CDC not able to govern the country. They felt like we put the structure, the unity party with the country and get to them. Okay. But for me to see the information minister on social media or having press conference talking about opposition headquarters, is that what they were put into position? I said no. So is that good? As a leader of the country, focus how best the citizens live. See how the citizens are living in poverty. 99% of the citizens are living on less than $1. Then you put out there how to focus and make the country to be bread and butter country, and people say you're going to rescue us. And we are suffering.
Thank you, Oscar, for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello, good evening to family and good evening to my peace loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, dear brother Nancy Cole in studio in Liberia. By the way, the introduction, I'm Alfonso E.F. Camara. Let me quickly go to the issue or the topic under discussion tonight in my mind. And firstly, I would like to say go to the president of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency President Joseph Numa. You are a good leader. I know your leadership ability, but your alarming are the one who try to spoil your good governance system. You try to bring on the table of this country. And the same bad governance system we spoke against it yesterday, and we are observed. Everything today is happening under your watch. And then when we try to speak the ill in the society, others want to go after people. They want to belong to every one of us as parents. We all went to school. We know the history of this country, and we know how things supposed to be. They prepare have vision, but the entire alarmists of President Boakai, they are supporting this government more than yesterday. We are hearing a lot of things, and we are following a lot of things that are happening in our society when it comes to society issue. And we have to speak the fact or the ill in the society.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Today, my brother Nancy, inflation rate from high up, commodity prices increasing every day. Schools now have gone to the higher extent because as the price increase, the thing prices begin to go.
Let me hold you there, Alfonso. Thanks a lot for your input. Let's take as many folks tonight who are trying to call. So I would appreciate if you were to make a point in 45 seconds, at most 1 minute, so as to have others to call in. Hello, you're live on the show. Let's hear you.
Yeah, how you doing, Nelson?
I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you.
Darius, and we are calling from Bashri community of this specific Johnsonville.
Darius, what's on your mind? Okay, same. We lost Darius. Take this person. Hello.
Hello, Nelson.
Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Nelson, thank you so much. Appreciate you, money, Josh Mobile for GSO. If you can communicate, Nelson. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Nelson. Nelson, the thing on my mind this afternoon concern about the vacation job, about labor ministry. Since that day, the people took everybody need there. They say vacation job. Up to now, we hear from the people. Please, I trying to tell President Bwaka, who say ever, that is for her. to look for the power. Some oil that day. We can see about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock going there to stand on lamp. Up and now, we are not at all. I think it's not easy on some oil. And that vacation job gone, vacation don't know. But we want the most duping and choose. We want duping and choose. Landlord student, we say, waiting for that vacation job, listen to result. Waiting, we want to tell our family member to put it. They say, oh, we get vacation job. So people then, we want to make sure, nursing, please, a person, we say, hearing all. Please, you have to fight hard. We the students who say, we have to fight hard. They put everybody need down before they want to get for the people that they carry. Because we want to make sure. Because they say, we tired. They say, President Baga, do it best. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your input tonight. This person, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello, good evening, Nelson Korea.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, new experience today. Come on, you are ready. Me calling my organization number 4.
What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, let me say good evening to the Excellency President Joseph Yuma Bagation, the greatest president of the Republic of Labrador, the only president that declared and published his assets. No other president has ever done in Labrador history. So let me say the president is in the honorary government, the Ombudsman office was established. But the part government now here was in the Ombudsman office. But the president was established the office that today in the action. And give suspended 410 government officials for not declaring an act. He got that money, that suspended money to for 1 child, 1 year. So today, when I hear people talking about, oh, they haven't met people violating the law, oh, they ain't declaring other politicians, everybody government, at least President Baga government is what? It's integrated government because he can't in a government with integrated. So the extent is living a so hard, is living the secret one living before. And today, President Baga not buy another new hall, he buy nowhere instead of the secret. Okay. So today, I can tell anybody the president will work for Labrador people and to work and make Labrador to enjoy our country at least today. We have 3,100. We are not 5,000. Today we can find jobs. Today we don't have a job of it. So I say bravo to you for the time and thank you for the time.
Thank you for your input tonight. This person, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, how you doing, Nelson?
Yes, sir. It's good to have you.
Yeah. This is Jonathan calling from Chicotown.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, I don't have anything specifically on my mind, but I wanted to use because I've been trying number for the past couple of days, but I've been going through. I want to use it as a conduit in order to get to feel. I'm very sick indeed. I have a kidney problem, and it is troubling me a whole lot. The medication I took from GSK, it is finished, and now I don't have any other money now to buy a new one. Right now, I'm at the house. I'm selling other things. So I want to use it conduit to get to see to see you. That's all.
Oh wow! Thank you. Thanks a lot for calling.
Okay.
All right. So you could just keep listening to the show, okay? Thanks a lot.
Okay.
All right. 0555-101075 is the number to call. You'll be live. Hello? You're live? Hello?
Hello,
Yes, you're live on the show. Let's hear you. What's on your mind? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so you can keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. Please make sure you're away from the radio when you try to call in. All right. Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Mo Bobo, calling from train number 3, Obase Coca-Cola Factory.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, my talking point going to some of our friends. Someone that supported this government, when I see what the government is doing, they say they are frustrated. For me, I support the government. If the government do the bad thing, we will tell them to do the right thing for we the Liberians. Others, we were buying 25 kg for 3,005, but now 25 kg is 3,000, 2009. So something that the government is doing. Even now, the Southeast, people not on the road. Opposition said they know that one, if they will be having it, then they not start posting photos all around here. Now in Bible, people giving testimony for the government. But for some of our friends and to come from opposite Lone Star, purporting to say that they supported this government to come in power, that they are frustrated. No, it's lie. But what I'm telling the government, put your feet on the ground to fight the drug people that in the country. Most of our friends and our fellow youth falling in the country here. Government, You have to do something in this thing. Anybody that they are in is put them in jail for their lifetime. Thank you. That's my point this evening.
Thanks a lot for your input, this caller. Hello, your name and where you call from?
It's Jonathan, Joseph Augustus, Yaba.
Jonathan, go ahead. Let's hear you.
I want to question the issue pertaining the marital issue. Yeah, I want to congratulate the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Nemambaka, for his hard work and his numerous efforts. But I want to also remind him that the budget relating to the marital issue need to be passed on, so we that have interest in joining the marital Republic of Liberia can join as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello. Yes, you're live. Let's hear you. Your line is terrible. Just change your location and call back, sir. Hello.
Hello.
You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
Yeah. I'm Jane Nathaniel Floma. I do join you from my Martinsville residence, to be precise, Telecom community.
Let's hear you, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, first of all, let me take this time to appreciate radio for the past night that I've been listening about the lady and her daughter at JFK. You know, these are the things we expect from other people who call themselves well-meaning librarians to be taking initiative. That is, those that are in need, they should be here to help the CEO and other well-meaning librarians in the diaspora. They go on time. So I'm going to take the time to congratulate them and appreciate them. Lastly, let me speak to the issue of the RMTR. We are hearing on the school radio that the House put full stop until they can look into the matter. But here, this afternoon, there were almost about, if I'm not mistaken, 8 motorbikes with 2 vehicles of RMTR behind a single truck. They made a park at the 72nd intersection there. Was a lot of crowd around. So we are kind of asking the government to look into this issue because there are other people who will not listen to RMTR until the government can come out with their final saying. So we are crying on the president to please try to see how best they can resolve this thing and let people run their traffic smoothly. Thank you for putting in the time.
Thank you for your input tonight on the program. We'll keep taking your calls. So the legislature actually wrote the executive asking the executive to take the action. So the clarity is that the action has not been taken yet. There was a request from the legislature emanating from the Senate to the lower house requesting the executive to pull a halt to the contract and everything. But let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello, Nelson. How are you?
I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, this is a funny carry man.
What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, my attention has been shown with JFK business. The lady who took the HR from the channel for delivery, and then she went on her surgery, and then after that, start to make it. But then in the speech that been on her, then the people requesting for everywhere, they talking about in the work.
Hello? Can you hear me? Too bad we lost you. Hello? You're live on the show. Let's hear you.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, my name is Sandra P. Wells, and I do from the Soakland community.
What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, what is on my mind this evening? I just want to say kudos to District 4 football team for defeating District 13 in the ongoing National District League. Okay, and my second point here has to do with the drugs issue. I do pray that the president should put a seat down to see how best to fight the drug situation. Our youth is way away. And we do pray that tomorrow, or we stand against it tomorrow and tell the president he should declare the drugs enemy number 1 tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you for having me, Nelson.
Thank you for your input tonight. Hello. Hello?
Hello, Nelly.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you. What's on your mind, sir?
What is on my mind last I listened to the CEO Mo Ali see you when I'm almost a brother from Akante. Or more when see you when I'm Malame. You do your own when you go that I see I can recall your dignity on the show. Don't see you when I'm ever and you back down to me, you back down to see you. One by one. Don't let on a let on knock on attack when you will come back to something.
Thank you for your input. Your line is really terrible. Very, very terrible. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Nothing cooler.
I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
This Adama Khan CKH Waka.
Let's hear you.
Nothing cooler. The only thing that on my mind, nothing cooler. I thank you, my man. I want for you to make them Mohammed. Let me get Mohammed number. They came on number of Mohammed, man. Thank you. Yeah, my man. They want to love in the hurry, man. Thank you. I hold your phone because you could forget. I thank you. Give me number of Mohammed on your show, please. Let me call him. Let me talk to him, please. That's all my mind. Nana.
Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, hello, Melvin.
This is Nelson. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
My name is Sambumbe. I'm calling from District 9, precisely 15th Street.
What's on your mind?
Yeah. The discussion here is since this government had come to power, it's our government, and then we supported them, we run campaign. I think this is my third time calling. I wanted the boom for Unity Party, but all the time we have our comments. Sometimes we have a CEO number, we test him. We have Ben, we that suffer for the party, and then to speak on behalf of at least what we can do. But he cannot even pay attention to that. So please, I want you to call CEO attention to come on our rescue, because the people from the various community, they are just laughing at us. We suffer for the party, nothing else to do. But yeah, they are still behind our. We appreciate the old man that he's doing well. But any that he appointed, when we go to the offices, then they don't even know us. Not the old man that we are actually discussing on. The old man said it. He said, if you know somebody that everybody suffer for the party, they are the one that's supposed to help you. But we go there, then the alley, more than the alley, they don't even know us. But we used to be throwing out there, their bears, carrying them up. So I beg you, I want you to tell CEO to discuss about that.
Okay. Thank you for your input. Let's see if we take another person. Hello. 0555-101075. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
You're live on the show. Let's hear you.
My name is Anthony Johnson. Whatever we have.
Anthony, what's on your mind?
Yeah, they probably doing well in this country, but according to Chicotan, we are still we are nobody have machine to create ego. Yeah, majority of the people from VIF for this government.
Okay.
Yes.
So
we are appealing to you all for you all to come and help us.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. We appreciate you. Yeah. This person, hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Let's hear you.
My life.
You're live on the show.
Hello.
You are live on the show. Let's hear you.
Thank you. I call for Bob. I will now going to
yeah, you better.
My name is Sekou Fofana in factory tonight. Next year I want to commend President Bakai for taking this part of the CDC. Next year they say when good government can empower that it can happen. The opposition community fight that fire can be there. But I want to drop on this market today. Don't be surprised if former President William Kamoy is now no longer interested in politics. It will happen. Because who will see those coming to the town of Gaza, they will leave.
some of our there, but some of our own part they bring their say that they don't want to lead the men. The men now lead them. So President Boga, thank you. I think that only the burial will be now. They in the mortuary will go for the next. I think that next year will bury there. The unity but their party will carry our green there. They will move forward there. So thank you for putting me in the talk tonight.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate you. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
Yeah, I am Chief. Right?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes, the one from my mom is a one for Mr. Spawn, the CEO, to discuss concerning about the issue concerning about transport, traffic management. Yeah, I beg you. Someone get a clear understanding concerning about that because we don't know what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Hello? Let's hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Kule, I'm doing I do join from my FA resident. My attention has been drawn to this whole job issue. Mainly when it comes to the lawmaker who are think tomorrow will be part of the parade. But one thing I'm thinking of, I see it to be like making mockery out of the people because they have the power to change things around. They have the power to even cut down their salaries and their benefits, to allocate more money in the LDA budget and that be able to train more law enforcement to combat the jobs. But looking at it, to see those people coming out to say they will be going to join the photo parade, and those people that people going to them to go petition. And so if you see lawmakers coming in the street to say they're coming parade for a job, who are they going to petition? So I think it's a mockery. I think what the people are about to do tomorrow, I think it'll just be fiasco. That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much for your input. Councillor Gu, welcome to the show, sir.
Yeah, Nelson, thank you. Good evening, and to all of those following us this hour. So Nelson, let me just can I give a little response to the last caller?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I understand the callers probably point. Maybe I don't want to say frustration or so, but I sat down and thought myself on why would lawmakers, join the parade. I don't see it's not a protest. It's not like really, a demonstration, or I mean, whatever the case, as you will see in the political context. From the presentation last night, it gave me a reason to believe that the march tomorrow is a solidarity. Is Nelson, are we there?
Just continue.
Okay.
We are hearing you. We are here.
Okay. So the march, tomorrow is like a solidarity march. There are two folds. One is to present the petition, and the other side of it is to show the unity against the fight, against against drug abuse and what have you. So anybody can join, that process. Whether you are a lawmaker, whether you are a bishop, whether you are ordinary citizen, anybody can join. Now they are wearing black. That black represents, I'm sure, all the darkness, of drug in our country. Those who may have lost their lives, those who are also losing their lives in the process, those who have lost their future, and those who are also losing their future from the from drugs. So I think the callers should look at it from this angle and see it as a collective, effort by everyone. It's not just about presenting and giving money. You could give 20-30 million dollars to the to the LDEA to fight drug. You can build the rehab, centers around the country. If we do not all get together, lawmaker, minister, church people, get together to fight the drug, people will still find a way to get the drug in the country. Mind you, drug is a very big business. Drug cartel, they can fight. You think government has really got money to fight drug? Fighting drug is not just about money. It's about the capacity to work together as a people. It's about willingness, that togetherness, that collective effort. That's what required. Because you can give, like I said, 50 million to LDA. You can build all the rehab centers. In fact, you just creating, giving more reason why the drug people should even sell. Because they have people places now people can go and come back from. So I think tomorrow, lawmakers being involved, it shouldn't be condemned. I think it's not a mockery. It's to show solidarity on the other side of it, and then the people can present the petition. There's nothing wrong to petition yourself. Nothing wrong. Lawmakers can write laws and put it on the floor. All the laws are written that are drafted, not drafted by the executive or people from outside. Some of the laws are drafted by the very lawmakers. So they are there to make laws. So if they join the march tomorrow, it's the solidarity part of it, the future of our young people. Many persons are lost their life, people that are losing their life in the process, lost their education, lost their future. Those are the reasons why I think people are coming together. And so we should not condemn anyone who joins the march tomorrow. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
I think Councilor Gu has taken a 360 on this one. Because I remember last evening your point was whether it was necessary for the lawmakers to come in to join the march. Yeah. But I think we
No,
can continue.
no. Yesterday, no. Yesterday, my first question was what did the group tend to achieve by going to the Capitol building? That was the first part of my question yesterday. Then I said, okay, maybe they are pushing, and if they don't have it in the petition, then because I talked about the lawmakers already passing
Yeah.
the law.
Yeah.
So what else
Yeah.
was there? Then I also push. I said, okay, but then maybe they could also push for the budgetary allotment to increase so that there can be training of more LDA officers. Because for the past few years, I'm not aware whether there have been any recruitment. So there are other part I was trying to see whether the petition could be amended if these things were done part of it. But in terms of whether lawmakers should be part of the process, I don't think I've made any statement on it until tonight. So I stand with anybody who is
Okay.
part of the march tomorrow. Yes.
All right. So we'll go back and keep taking calls as we await the rest of the team to come on. 0555-101075 is the number to call. You'll be live. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Bray.
Yeah. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
How you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Hello?
Hello, you are live on
Yeah,
the show. Let's hear you, sir.
yeah, thank you. This is Momotela from Pinsville.
Momo, what's on your mind?
Yeah, okay, let me say thank you for allowing me to speak on your platform. Let me say good evening to President Boaka. You know, Nelson was on my mind. As I always said, Nelson, someone was there, put that this government coming to power, but looking at how some of the officials are tearing themselves the country, Nelson, some of all, we are not happy. Looking at officials, they are focused on opposition people. They are mentioning, when they speak, they don't mention opposition. They are not satisfied. Why can't they do work for which we supported them, but they're calling on opposition. So I want to concentrate them, let them be focused and do what the Labrador people in charge them.
They do. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, Nelson.
Yeah, hello, you're live.
Councillor Gu, how are you? Nelson, you talk Councillor Gu, Adama. I want Nelson to give you a number. I want to discuss something with you, please. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Adama. Thank you. Hello. Hello. This one. Hello. And then we take this one. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
This is James Widow right here.
What's on your mind, James?
Yeah, what on my mind is about GFK.
Okay.
The people charge, they don't even know how to charge. They charge according to any piece of tea you go over there, you so me, they'll charge you $20, $25, $30. Yeah, it's a silver issue to have GFK error.
Okay.
Silver issue. They just charge because they want to charge.
Thank you.
The government got to look up to it so that they can be able to bring things down.
Thank you for your input tonight. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Michael.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Go
ahead.
Yeah, the thing on my mind, the bridge were constructed on the St. Paul River. To go Bapulu. I beg them to my river to get them to that so get out to Bogan and go Bapulu camp.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is King Camo. I'm calling from Boston.
James Cameron, what's on your mind? Let's hear you.
About the George business, it just. I care how
Oh, we lost James Cameron. This person. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yes, we okay. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Anthony Jackson. There are two things on my mind with the times and meeting.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Last night I was listening to your station. Did I hear that Mo Ali calls Waterspoon's mother?
No, that's not something we can. Yeah, hello.
What Waterspoon have done for Unity Party? The highest degree of gratefulness. Why should you do? Waterspoon, you have forgotten so. The second thing on my mind is that our last night, or what a papi name, or that papi that was taking the Portuguese on library, man, you can come.
Uncle Sam, you mean Uncle Sam?
Uncle Sam was trying to educate us to explain about our drug business. I believe that if you listen to Uncle Sam, you get better idea of the drug business. They told me that I was on the show. Although only been taking drugs, but when it comes to education, Uncle Sam is better than him or explain better than him. For last night, the other women or women that were on the show, they were not giving Uncle Sam chance. When he want to explain, they say no. But the men are taking it, let him explain. And when Uncle Sam explain, he educates us than the other men. So I beg him, your man, sometimes you're giving chance to talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Uncle Sam is a panelist, and the other gentleman was a guest. So that's the difference there. But thank you. We appreciate your point. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm mostly calling from Tinkerville. I have two things on my mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
One, it has to do with the trust. On the issue of trust, I think more or less, I'll put a 50%. 2013, normally I monitor foreign news. There's a guy from Malawi, the guy said he sold trust for 34 years. But the Holy Ghost visited him and he trusted me. And they asked him, according to the story, he said he need to take the drug from the state capital city of India, Calcutta, and bring it straight to China. Then on BBC, they asked the guy, they say, how you know, man? The guy said, the chairman in the Chinese Communist Party was my godfather. So for any time I live in Calcutta, I will call you. When I get to Beijing airport, he will come into my own net there. I say, wow. But our president is a UN Trust ambassador now. So they call me, I to put a phone and look at my bed. They cook out it made from South America. You find it in Paraguay, Colombia, Argentina. So what happened? How does it come in Europe?
Thank you.
Involved.
Thank
you. They can't plane. And we get the plane, they get it run up. And I start to put it, go collect it and bring it. Because my experience is strong for that guy from Malawi.
All right. Thanks.
The issue of GFK, the comment out of reach decision. Because if I can remember, nothing 81. Because me after GFK, since 1971. But 1981, I had a quarter of my food. I was living in my guardian on 11th Street.
You want to just summarize?
12 years.
Yeah, go ahead quickly. Just summarize.
Yes, I say 1981. I was living in 11th Street. I had a court. I need to go to GFK and carry 50 cents, which is President the 100 Liberty. 50 cents, 1981. I had a court. I look at that 50 cents. They will give me penicillin injection and wash my soul. 81. At that time, I was between 11 to 12 years. So how can tell me a woman when perform C-section and say she want deposit 200? Is that not an emergency? So we are working for 100 out of US. Am I well pregnant?
Thanks a lot for your input. We appreciate you tonight
for
your contribution. Yeah.
Okay, so the previous caller before this one talked about Uncle Sam's explanation. Well, I don't want to compare, right? But I think we need to give Uncle Sam a special time, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, to give his a summary of his experience as a drug user, a former drug user. You and I did not know. I don't know whether you knew before. I had no idea that Uncle Sam was a user, was an addict. All I know Uncle Sam to be this, good, this economist, progressive, and a smart man. What they call it, CLE, right? LCE, right? London School, LSE, London School of Economics, man.
London School of Economics.
But then last night, Uncle Sam broke the news that he was using drugs. Now look at Uncle Sam's life story. All of what you and I knew was the positive, and he's now 72 years old. He was able to recover from drug to get to where he is today, to be this prominent person that we know. I think his story will also serve as a motivation for many persons who probably maybe have given up, that they can survive from this thing. The young man was brilliant. He gave his story. We have to give a story of an older man to tell you how generation to generation this drug business it's not just today. It started way back. So I think Uncle Sam, I agree with the caller partly, because maybe he tried to just lash at the female last night. But I agree that Uncle Sam needs to be given at least 5 or 10 minutes on the show for him to really explain, because even the names of the drugs, the different things that they put together, the concoction. He has so much experience about it that he need to explain to the public, and we can learn from it. We can be inspired. Those who are into drug business listening can be inspired that Uncle Sam can graduate from that level to be where he is today. It means that they themselves can graduate too. So at any level you are, you can be a survivor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Council. And yes, Uncle Sam is always on the show. And like you said, it's gonna be a good thing if he can have the time to, you know, give his story. But um, a lot of people, as you mentioned, did not know, you know, that side of the story, and a lot of people just heard it for the first time. And Uncle Sam is in a better in a better position to tell his story, which is a very important thing. Um, but again, what I noticed was that last evening Uncle Sam was part of the panel that actually extended the invite to the team to come on to talk about their program, and Anthony being the guy who is an ambassador, happening to be part of the team, um, who appeared on the show as guests. So obviously the guests will be given more time than the regular panelist who's on the show, who has more time than, you know, all the other guests on the show. And so I think that was the case. But yes, council is a good thing. We hope Uncle Sam can have the time to at some point tell his story. I saw CEO coming on at some point. It's like he's trying to make some adjustments in the background. So you wanted to say something, Council, or we take some calls?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's just I mean, I was not really, speaking about what actually happened last night. I was just looking for the opportunity that he can because last night he didn't have the time because, like you said, he was a
Yeah.
panelist, and so the guests needed the time to speak. So this is just my own recommendation to. I know he may be listening, that or he come on, maybe the CEO can say, okay, Uncle Sam, we'll give you the platform to give us a full background of how you went into drugs, and how you came from A to B where you are today. It will help the population too. That's all. But last night's
Yeah,
show was great.
definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah, so I see Dr. Henry's on the show tonight. Welcome, Chief. I
Thank
think
you.
you are
It's a
muted.
pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here. We look forward to a good show today. Council,
My man, they say the people having problem with our doctorate degree, so we gotta find a way on how we do it.
we're
We
not
gotta
finding
find a
no
way.
way. I didn't get time for them. The school they went to, they get in their own degree. Who questioned it?
You go to my own school, I gave you my degree, I gave you something, then they say, oh, I know we got problem. What kind of thing
Don't,
is it?
don't, don't waste your time. Anything you do for at all. You
Yeah,
get
you're right,
that
man.
degree. They say, oh man, like you, look at you, you get that degree. You get degree now. They say, oh, where you get degree from? How you got it? I don't get time for that.
But Council, you want to take a degree back from the man or what?
No, I was thinking, no, my man, because the credit says it too, man. I know they
Yeah,
both
you say
try
you
to
like
speed
you
up my
like getting
accreditation
a degree
process.
back. So I know how you.
But my man myself together, that two are together, that two are inside that thing, so we'll hold together. Anything they say, that better. I mean, that all.
I ain't even serious.
That all Henry's good evening.
Good evening, Council. They will be fine.
I say when man with that
Uh,
already say no, that already say no. You know how long I took? You know how long I took to get my that degree that you jack up?
who told them really see that how long it is? Some people can take a whole lifetime to get rich. Some people can just take it in 2 seconds.
I'm telling you. Yeah.
So you can waste your time for how long?
Stand on sir,
Sunset. So me,
stand on
before
sir, Jay
Abraham,
apply.
how long is Abraham above me?
Stand on sir, Jay apply. He just apply. I know I look at his document to see what I can credit him. Ain't no
I mean, I
getting
beg
degree.
you, don't put accreditation on my. I already in trouble. Don't put trouble on me, my man. I beg you. I beg you myself. Don't put me that one. I ain't a joke. I beg you. Yeah. I don't know that why you do it in Sudan. Don't put me part.
I'm not putting in situation you can't handle, eh?
No, put more in situation I mean. But listen though. So
Abraham
but
is
all good,
serious.
man, brother.
Fubi, so far.
If I say that whole lifetime for the go bomb baby.
No problem.
Now I get 18-year-old, 17-year-old, 12-year-old, 2-year-old body. You can make worry about how long it took.
Fubi.
Yes, sir. So I mean, nothing yet, nothing yet. What you go watch out? All people get there at 13, 14, 15.
It was God intervention. But Fubi though,
yeah.
Counselor, it's good to see you guys. So Mo Ali and myself spoke today. Yeah. You know, I kind of mad because I cannot attack Mo Ali. Mo Ali and myself, I'm really trying to attack Mo Ali, but I can't. I mean, I'm feeling so sad and feeling so bad. I don't have the will to attack Mo Ali. I'm feeling so bad. People keep they say they got to make peace between Mo. I said, please, I don't want to talk to him. The poor Mo Ali. Let me say this. I'm not too happy. I cannot attack Mo Ali. I just can't.
Here's the point now. Well, all the talk that Mo was talking, you know, at the end, Mo said, the man are my friend. One feeling from here, we'll talk. But with him,
the man called, he apologized, and actually, he broke the LWSC financial record down to me. And he wanted to say, he wanted to come here. But it's not what I was after. I was after to attack Mo Ali. For me, but you know me. I wanted to attack Mo Ali so badly. But I can't.
I know.
You know, people must stop calling me. Not me, I'm from Noir Pato. I let it fly. I'm telling you.
You can't fight.
No, my man, I beg you, man.
You can't fight, my brother. Let me tell you your weakness. Your weakness there is anything you don't want to fight. You can talk about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You sure?
I'm
trying. Y'all please tell Mo Ali now to never call me again. I think they set me up with Mo Ali. But I can't. I'm looking at my phone. I just can't. Listen, we signed a peace accord in Yamasoko. No, anybody fired the first bullet. They got to pay for that.
If I not be the Prince Johnson and Samuel do peace accord. We want to Accra peace accord. That brought peace to Liberia.
You gotta go to Yamasoko, you gotta go to Abuja, you gotta go to Lagos. You know, the final piece of call. But you know, but my thing is that I'm kind of like too. No, Richard Johnson, I'm serious. I have all my team ready now to go after Mo Ali. I have everything. Counselor, I have everything.
The Bible says don't play
every day you do your finger like that. What you be doing your finger every day? Every time you on the full you moving your finger. What happened? The man pause. I just can't. Somebody please tell Mo Ali not to call me. I cannot. I just cannot continue on the peace agreement. I can't.
I mean, Mo Ali de my own official yeah. So take down.
No, but I listen. You got what made Mo Ali official? No, but Mo Ali doing well. I to tell you the truth.
I'm official, yeah, my brother. My own official. I see.
So I gotta find somebody. I gotta find somebody to attack. I really have to.
Find somebody. Leave Mo Ali alone.
That was a simple thing for him to manage. Yes, you are.
The man situation, man.
Send the stuff off. You got a report. You don't fight it. Just present a report. Give copy, drop the copy. People read it. I probably report.
No, but so we got it. We got the financial
more than a propagandist. A certain thing more than one allow pass.
No, but I don't mind, right? Listen, I don't mind anybody attacking me. You can attack me. I really don't care. I love for people to attack me. I love for Senator to attack me. So wait. Senator said he was going to court. What happened with that one? I thought Johnson ain't money. I thought Johnson. Senator said he was going to court. And I thought Mo Ali was going to court. But I listened to Mo Ali, I felt bad. I felt bad when I listened to him. I felt bad because you know what? I think that he's trying his best, right? He is trying his best. But sometimes he want to advocate for everybody. And you cannot.
Thank you. That's the point.
And I want to say this to everybody.
That's the point. And that's the point. Mo is an official government now. He's not a propagandist any longer. He should just pay attention to his job and defend his work. It will be better. I think
you're right, Councilor. You know, during Joe Ware time, right? Senator used to play the number 9. He used to be the one running up and down, doing the fighting people on every talk show, and there. Guess what happened? Right now, guess who going on pain and suffering? That's Senator. Yeah. He was defending Samora Wodokoli chilling. He was defending Jangako's chilling. He was defending Eugene Nangwe chilling. John, we are who right now? Who? That Senator facing trials and tribulations. That Senator cannot hold any US dollar in any account with Chase because of the sanction. So my friend and brother Mo Ali, chill. When you get Patrick Honda making it rain, let Patrick Honda could talk for himself.
Simple.
Let Patrick Honda talk for himself. People in the government, if they try to be stupid, let's deal with them. Because stupidity is not for one person. And to tell you the truth. So my own thing, to say this to all of you, you know me. I don't care. They say, oh, that matter. Yeah, I agree. We agree. But the issue remains, I told my brother Mo Ali, I said, my man, you're doing a good job. So the government said, okay, $6 million. I said, $6 million, I can't wait because you get a $50 million budget. Let me get a $50 million budget. Mo Ali paying people, if you put it together every month, $380,000 on salary alone. I saw it. But we can go in detail. We can go into this thing. But my man, it ain't gotta go out there and go to the Google Club and start putting money on women and go in the nightclub and start drinking and dancing and forget that they are leaders today. Do not defend them.
They get Google Club in Labrador.
Yeah, they get Google Club in Labrador. The one that you went to, you forget?
Where?
Right in the corner over there, up for Broad Street.
When last were you in Labrador?
Street.
You in Labrador for 5 days. 5 days are the longest time you can stay in Labrador. You want to argue with all who live in Labrador for over 8 years.
My man, you blood my blood, I didn't see, my man.
There's no go-go club in Labrador.
My man,
all the people get you scared of go Labrador now. You scared.
Who?
You.
Stanton?
Yeah, it's scary.
Me? For what?
Stanton can go Labrador.
I can go Labrador anytime.
When last were you there? The last time I saw you. No, listen. The last time I saw him there was when they opened the executive mansion. That was 3 years. That was 4 years ago.
Another 200-year-old celebration.
Yeah.
So
the return
fine
of
friend like me.
No, the return of the how do you call it? The return of the what?
But you're asking me, you're answering your own question. It had to do show with you.
That was listen, what other own question and answer you can do it sometimes. So my man, Titi Gu. Titi Gu. Lavia.
So rest in peace. What you call it? Titi Gu.
Counselor, Titi Gu, I'm a gopa. So that's why I call it name.
But let me go ahead. Let me say this real quick. We got to talk through with more animal, man. Don't cheer.
He's scared, brother. He's scary.
No, I'm not scared. No.
They make him sit down here and say things about my brother he ain't got no idea on. So I don't know what you're talking about.
All the shot money can make go Labrador.
Talking about there are go club in like, what part of Manuel go club? Show it to me. Let me tell you what in there. Any part of Manuel you show me, I will tell you what in there. Can't talk about go club Manuel.
So yeah,
I finished saying my own. Say your own.
Okay.
Dr. Fubi. You need to take that data from there.
The man say he finished. I don't want me to talk. But let me talk. But let me talk. So at the end of the day, right? I want to go back to the Moai issue. I think every monkey should carry their own tail for me. I think every monkey should be responsible for their own foolishness in this government. Look at Clarence Guy brother at JFK, Herring Guy. The man allegation that he stole 8,000 and he had to resign. Deputy CFO, Chief Financial Officer, making almost 3,000 United States dollars every month. The allegation that the man stole $8,000 and the CEO forced him to resign. I have the document. I will share it. Who does that? And people say not the man first time. So more I didn't go run behind I want to and say I'm a partisan. I mean, I'm serious. I don't care if Patreon that change $5 or $20 or change liberty, but the optics is bad for the government when the people found themselves living in poverty. Things are hard. Then you celebrating. You using government resources to have big party. That's my problem. When the country is better, everybody will smile. But when the country is going through hardship, people are not finding a way. If anybody call Glennie and say, my love, I'll take Glennie for the show. Robert Wheeler, you gotta watch yourself. She's not your love. I'll take her for the show. Don't never do that on our set. So it's only important. Yeah, man. The man will just, my man, I say you do it, you said do it right. I will black you. Robert say, my love. What make Glennie your love? You know the woman ex-husband in Liberia watching, you say that your love. So
now what thing? You gave me something? You gave me a husband?
Your ex-husband watching.
You are right.
Your baby daddy. And I can call him my baby daddy. You said the man like your baby, you say my baby pa, you say my baby daddy. If you were daddy, he was saying that with you. He know damn daddy, your baby pa. Well, again, I want to say to all of you, yo, no, Jeremy, listen, I'm jealous of blaming you. If I want all the Chamberlain to call me here and put my name on, I will do it. So don't worry about that one. I'm jealous. I'm strong. Father, what's up, my man? It's good to see you. So again, this is a serious issue, man. And you know, Jay Herring, God, the brother to Clarence, God, will talk about him. $8,000, he lost his job. It was on the Variety newspaper, and you know that, which is a good newspaper, by the way, Martin Cuddy. What about the girlfriend and armed robber at Echo Bank? Whether that was girlfriend thing or whatever it is, we just brush away. But the big news today is the Ombudsman calling for full dismissal of all of the Unity Party leadership. The Ombudsman said they got him on go. Fenley, what's his name? Fenley, right? Fenley Kanga. That probably get your face. They probably say promo go. Just say you might bark a recommendation to fire everybody. So we got that. We got the say no to drugs, the schedule for the mall, the protest. We got and this other story actually coming up. Let me share the information with you before I say a lot of stuff is happening in our country. Is on a place that you just got to keep up with this story. You got to keep up with the story. But you guys, there's a side news in the region. We play the video. The defense minister, environmental minister, and other folks died. 8 of them died in a helicopter crash in Ghana. I mean, can you imagine the helicopter going and nobody heard from the helicopter? The next thing is that a crash of Ghanaian military helicopter. The minister, defense minister, died. So it's the equivalent to Liberia, right? And then say defense minister in Liberia. What's her name? What's the lady name? And the environment. Geraldine something.
Geraldine
and the environment guy, what's his name? Dr. Yagbawlo. They all of them just, you know, they're gone, they die. Can you imagine that? In Ghana. I don't know. I don't know about you. It's a sad time in the country. It is.
You said about who
But
died?
the defense minister in Ghana and the what you hear me say? And the environmental minister.
He said he equivalent to Liberia, so he thought you talking about Liberia.
And I did that intentionally, you know, because I know. And I did that intentionally. I want to welcome all of you. I want to say it's a great time to be on Spoon. Continue to share the show. We're still monitoring Facebook and StreamYard. We have a little bit some technical issue. And whenever it goes up, we reconnect. Sometimes these people, you know. But let me ask this question while we move on, though. It is important to know that this lady that we all call, she called on our show about her daughter being stuck at JFK, right? Paul, today, 2 days ago, JFK released her, said, go home. We heard you complaining on Spoon, go home. Madam Titi spoke to the daughter. What should we do with the money? Other people yet to contribute. Right now I have 900 United States dollars. Some of us still didn't contribute. Your Paul, thank you. You say you were saying your own to Liberia. Mommy say he was saying his own. Dr. Bobla was saying his, and Darius and everybody else. But the $900, what should we do? All those that contributed, what should we do? Give it to her or what? Now she home. What's your take, Councilor? What will be the way out here? I like open conversation though. I don't want people to say I called Lenny today and I talked to her. I like open conversation. I mean, what's your take?
No, let Fubi speak for. I will not follow him. Maybe when they finish, I want to phone.
Fubi contributed $50. Fubi, go ahead. Do your $50.
So, like we said the last time, it was purposely to free her, and we said also if we raise more, if we have few other persons there that we can also help, we can also tap into supporting them. So I think maybe 50% of what we collect can go to them. She the girl. Then one of the journalists or somebody can go and do some independent check there. You'll find probably 2 or 3 persons there that are struggling to get out with some of the bills, maybe 150, 200, and maybe you can free 2 or 3 persons from there too. Because that situation is not just limited to her. You know, she raised the alarm. That's why they free her. But I'm sure there are other people that are still stuck in there because it's a JFK practice.
Okay, so thank you very much. What do you think, Glendy?
I think that the entire money should be given to her and her mother. I understand that there may be others, but if our mother had not come to raise the alarm, I said to her first, thank you for bringing the story to us. This is her money. Whether JFK free her or not, I'm sure there are other needs. We heard that the girl had 2 surgeries. We don't even know her state. We don't know where they live. I think this is a blessing in disguise. So whatever we raised, if we want to continue, if people want to say, maybe do a survey or whatever, people can say, oh, my loved one is there, I need help. But I think this money was raised specifically for this young lady. I think it should be given to her and her mother.
Thank you. Thank you, Sis Glendy. What about you, Paul? What should we do? I mean, people contributed. We just gotta say it as it is. I mean, she home. We're gonna call her on the show today. We're gonna hear the rest of the story, but we gotta give the money all. Say something. I mean, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, the purpose of which the money was raised was to get her out of the hospital. So it has come now that some advocacy led to some immediate response. I will, it's a difficult thing. I mean, what do we do with the money? Give her half of the money, or give her the initial amount that she called for, if it is 800, and everything outside of that, we see how we can put it back into, to other people who may have similar needs. Because her concern was 800, and we've raised more than 800. So we give her the 800, and then the remaining one, we see how we either give it to the station to help people in a similar situation.
So okay. What up?
Councillor, what's your take, Councillor?
Well, whatever that was generated, let it go to her. For me, I don't want us to think that we can decide on what to do with the monies that was donated by people, because those persons donated the money for a particular cause and for a particular individual. So I think it would be good if we cannot go back to them, except we can go back to them, to those who made contribution, for them to tell us what we may do with that contribution. Then we can decide. But for now, since it was about the lady, was announced, even though she asked for 800, but it was announced and people came, and even they gave 1 million. The 1 million is supposed to go to her, except otherwise. So I don't want this show to be here for misapplication of entrusted property. So
also it was stated during the fundraising that when we raise more, we help other people. We stated that clearly. I think the CEO
we didn't hear that one there. We didn't hear that one.
So
if that was not stated, then we give the money to her.
No, we didn't say that. We're raising the money for her.
It was stated.
No, we didn't say that.
Yeah,
my friend. Misapplication of entrusted property. I read on the show. I'll be the first person to hang you.
Then we ask the people
what
I think with their money.
I think because those people that contributed not yet to direct us, I think we should give her all of the money.
Yeah, money.
And those that the only thing we are asking, since the hospital discharged her, because a lot of people are doubting, she will come and speak, and she will give us the discharge document to prove that she was in the hospital, and the story is a legit story. But all of the money, the $900 that I have on the Cash App, the $150 mommy going to send, the one that the Bupla will send, the one Paul Kennedy is sending, the one Darius will pay, the one Uncle Sam. Everybody said it will contribute should be around 1,003, 1,004. Whatever the amount is, we will send it to her. That's all her money. And I agree, I do not want to go to court because the councilor now trying to find what's the charges again?
Misapplication of entrusted property, my friend.
There you go.
Yeah. But the other people too who promise they need to pay their money.
I mean, other people that put their hand on
so we can get it with more money.
You say you get $100, but you get 50.
Which is a form of corruption.
Who said 50?
Who is that 50? Okay. But notwithstanding, I would say to all of you, indeed, we really appreciate you, Shehun. I think it's only fair that give her the money. And waiting for Darius to come and call her. Darius spoke to them today, by the way. And Darius will come and call her, and we will give her all of the money. Like the councilor said, even that 50,000, we'll give it to her because of her. The people contributed, and we wish the family well. So while in the show, we'll place a call to her, we'll listen, and then we'll ask her for those documents from the hospital. We'll show the document, not the the personal side of it, but just to prove that she indeed she was at the hospital. Once that is said and done, we will give her money. The money, Madam Titi will go and give her the money live. It will be live. Few minutes, we'll give her the money and we wish you and her family well. All right. Now there you go. People saying that LCC was on cause. You see like real people? Glenny, let me send the money to you, I beg you. Let me do it right now. Glenny, send me a cash app.
I get cash app.
No, can somebody give me cash out? Let me send it to them right now. because they are about to call LCC on people. Who get cash up here? Paul, you get cash up?
Why you even
Yeah, you
get
gotta
cash
do it.
up?
You gotta do it sooner. You gotta do it sooner because I think by the 15th.
They call it LCC. Let me
It
say
has
it.
Counselor, it has duration, right? Or how long the money can stay with you, right?
No, the 2%. No. I'm talking about the 2% and no cash out.
Is this money taxable?
So
Listen,
I'm NSF more money.
Anything come from there, that the business, I'm not only that I will send it. My thing is that we're still waiting for that. Bobla just called. I think he's trying to call for his saying, But I will say to you though, I beg you, can somebody send a cash out? Let me send the money to them. They can send it to Labrador because I don't want no problem with LCC. I beg you, everybody. People call it LCC on Spoon Network now. Wow.
Yeah. No, I think they should go. We should send the money to the CEO, Madam Titi, and then she can do the presentation, however way she puts it. That either it's not in your hand anymore. But send that money still in your hand after 48 hours. LACC will want to have you make the report on how you collected it.
D credit say you must send it to a cash app.
Yeah, right. Who trusts D credit? D credit will eat it. D credit will whip it. I beg you, D credit. I will trust you. But I want to say to all of you, it's been a great day, man. Thank God for you. LTA paid her former commissioners, but the manner in which they paid them is concerning. LTA, they pay their former commissioners. Those 4 other commissioners, they didn't pay Edwina Zakba though, but they paid the former commissioners. And I want to hear, you think they deserve to be paid? Councilor will keep you for last on this one. Israel Akansaya and the rest of them, they pay them. They pay them. But what do you think? President Boyka removed them, suspended them, and came back and paid them. Fubi. But how they gave them their money is concerning. We are receiving information that they pay them through the Corporate Social Responsibility Fund, the CSR. They give it to them through that means. Is it legal? Why they couldn't give them the direct check or go and cash it? Why they have to go through zigzag? So my question is that legally, do you think they have to be paid, Fubi? Now let me ask you. And other people will speak to this. Israel Akansaya, right? But on a condition, they couldn't have confirmed Clarence Massaquoi, Patrick Honda, and what's the other guy name, and the lady, and all of them, except they make the commitment. So they had to commit that they will pay these people before they go through confirmation. The senator told them that they have to commit, and they committed. And today, those suspended commissioners now, they are working hard with their money. They pay them good money too, good money. I mean, Fubi, what say you on this one? I read this thing, I said, wow, the guys are, but talk to me, Fubi.
Yeah, so I don't know. Sometimes government got their own way of bending some rules, but I don't think if you owe people, if it's so simple, I paid pending investigation and you didn't investigate for whatever reason, they mean you have to pay them, and you don't have to go through different means of paying them. Pay them directly. They are being paid through their bank account. So throughout the time they serve as what is the name, commissioners. So use their same account details and prepare the voucher and pay them. But trying to use the back door, sometimes, whatever reason that they did it, they need to explain that. But I don't think that was justifiable. And that's why we said, look, the guys there were working for a tenure. So for every reason that you have to relieve them of the post, it means you also have to go in, you have to treat them fair. You can't just dismiss them and disregard whatever benefit that due them. And if you think they're corrupt, send them to court. After the court case, if they won the case, you pay them justly. If they didn't win, they go through the penalty and face the full weight of the law. And also government needs to understand some of these basic things. You take power. Sometimes you need to just learn to work with people, because and that's why at some point when there were two critical appointments that the former president wanted to make, and I told him, I said, at that level, in the last few five days or 1 week in hiring office or still making an appointment, one of the poor associate justice and LRA boss. And we said, no, you can't do that. The Senate should not allow such confirmation to go through. Let it lead that to the new president. So those standing positions, they should have been treated fairly. So I think that's why the Senate compelled them to make that commitment. And that I think the Senate acted right in that direction. But they should have paid them through the proper means and not using a different channel.
You know, first of all, let's ask the question. Librarian need to do this. I mean, was it illegal for this government to pay them? That's the first question. The next question: why the government use the CSR account process to pay them? 2 questions. Was it illegal for the government to pay them? And why the government use the CSR mentor means to pay them? And Liberian people, there's a reason why the government did this. And I think we should ask Clarence Massaquoi. Now, I texted Clarence Massaquoi. I think he's somewhere traveling. He will get to us when he's ready. But we got to just put this. I mean, why? Parkland, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Good evening good evening to everyone, to my colleagues. It depends, Senator, on the situation. They were in, like Fubi said, they were in a tenure position. I think the tenure for LTA are 5 years, right? 4 or 5 years. When you remove them without a cause, you have to pay them their remaining tenure service term. And if they don't agree, they could still carry you back to court. So if you remove them without a cause, only intentionally to pay them on the side as a way to appease them, for them to relinquish the position they're supposed to be in, then it is illegal. You are bribing them. That's a form of bribery. You are wrongfully dismiss them. That's a form of wrongful dismissal. And I'm not a counselor, but just from the Decent Work Act, you cannot fire or remove a tenure position person. Suspension under our law is the same as removal from position. And Councilor Gould can correct me if I'm wrong. So your question is, was government right? Is the process legal? I tell you no. The process is illegal. If I were one of them, I would take the money and I would still carry the government back to court for wrongful dismissal. I would do that. I would take the government to court, and maybe the government will settle again on the higher end. But this is a bad precedent for our country. The reason why tenure positions are established is for these, high integrated organizations to be independent of political interference. But if you come down now and you fire them, it's the same form of political interference, because people are saying suspension, but actually on our law, once you ask somebody you remove somebody of their duty, you are actually remove them. That's a form of removal. And if you don't have a cause, the person can be able to be trying to carry you back for settlement. So 2 questions answered. 1, it is illegal for them to fire them or to remove them and pay them that kind of way. 2, they should not be paying them through social corporate fund, but they are doing it to cover their tracks, so that you can't have any legal way to justify that, yes, the attorney was cut short and they are trying to compensate them to carry out the tenure. So I think this is a whole orchestrated, it's a kind of crocodile way to cover up without government being liable to infringes against our law.
So, Pokele, I hear you, right? And let's just ask our Liberian people. I hear what you say, but my issue here is that you're saying yes. I'm trying to understand you. Was it wrong for the government to pay them? You said no, but you want them to go and sue now, so the government pay them, proving that the government removed them illegally.
I said was wrong. The government was wrong paying them based on the nature of the payment. The way government paying them is wrong. That's what I said.
Councilor, here's the issue here. A lot of Liberian people concerned right now because the government went ahead and removed them. And after LDCC GAC investigation, the investigation holding Edwin Zagbat and Abdullah Kamara responsible. Just them 2. So the rest of the other 4 commissioners now, they are free to go. So since they are free to go, they say, remember, you remove her illegally, where is our money? So the senators force these people to go ahead and make a commitment. And they agree with the president. You want us to confirm these people, they got to pay the other people that you took out. Then we'll confirm the people. So the government agreed. Council, talk to me. Well, it's kind of so complicated here.
Thank you. So, Stanton, the first thing is, were they removed legally? No. They were dismissed wrongfully. So they are entitled to the money that they received today for their wrongful removal. The question that we will ask again is, was the payment budgeted for? Because before you release such a money, you must have it in the budget. Now, you're talking about corporate social responsibility. That payment cannot be one of those things that will fall under social corporate responsibility. Square no, it's not part of it. So if the information is true, then my friend and his colleagues, Clarence is a good friend of mine, but then they have to be investigated for violating the budget law, because the LTA, I don't know whether the LTA is raising its own money for payment, or I need to check the budget law and see, or whether it is the national government that is funding the LTA. I'm sure that the national government that is funding the LTA. And so anything for payment of such in terms of remuneration for unexpired tenure supposed to be budgeted for. And so if it was not budgeted for and they had to pay it based on the information you're giving us, then I think there's a problem. But are they entitled to be paid? Yes, they are entitled to be paid every cent, and not just the salary, benefits. If they were to get scratch card, if they were supposed to get gasoline, they're supposed to give every cent for the unexpired time. So those are just a few things I want to say about this whole thing. We all said it before. They entitled to the money, entitled to all the benefits. They were wrongfully removed. The president had people acting in tenure position for over 1 year. We'll say almost 1 year. Over 1 year, in fact, because they're still acting, and they are not on an oath.
They have confirmed them already. They are not acting no more.
No, have they been commissioned?
Yeah. Okay, you talk about commission though. So you're right. Go ahead.
My man, I speak.
No. You are right. You are right. They say acting up, pending the commission.
Thank you. So for over 1 year, they've been there with not on an oath. Mind you, they have not been working on an oath, which is the violation. I mean, it's an abuse of the law. So I mean, they have reached this place now. They have been paid, except for those 2 who have been indicted. Also, the rest of the guys are entitled to the money. That's what the law requires. If they dismiss you for a particular cause and you want to court and you won the case, obviously you are entitled to be paid for the length of time that you are in court. And so, and then more besides that, they didn't end the tenure, they are entitled. It happened to Clive Martin. Clive Martin was chairperson of the LACC when the old LACC was dissolved and the new LACC came to be. They had to pay Clive Martin his unexpired term, I think, for 2.5 years or so he had there to pay. So it's the same. So that's it, Stanton. We have to look at the budget law and see what are the money was budgeted for. So if it is true that the money was paid from the social corporate fund, then it's a violation because that payment cannot be a social corporate responsibility.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. But Glenny, now you listen to all this thing though. Israel Akansire, I'm trying to put a picture up here. They got to pay after sitting up for all this time because it was suspended by the president. Now, information reaching us today, since 2 days ago, they received the pay, but the pay came through another means, not the legal means. People saying it's illegal through the social corporate responsibility fund. So talk to me. What was going on, Glendy? Two questions we asking. Do you think it was right to pay them, and why they pay them through that means?
So hello everybody. I think Councillor has struck a point, but I want to without having all of the information, we also have to look at it that LTA may be self-funded. It's an entity that collects fees. So it's key to know whether I think the government may provide subsidy every now and then, but I think LTA is funded by itself. They pay their own employees' salaries. So if they do that, and if they are putting funds towards that corporate funding, then they have a right to take out the funding from there. But the first thing first that Councillor has struck on is who is responsible for the funding at LTA? Are they responsible to fund themselves, or are they a part of the Liberian government? So that's the first thing. I think that LTA funds itself because they collect revenue. They collect their own revenue from radio, from television, from all of those things. They collect that. So that's the part we need to clarify. The other thing, I think that people needed to be paid. If you breach the contract and you're the one that's breaching it, and it's on you to be able to pay the people their money. I don't know why the other two, Winner and what's his name, Kamara, was not paid because they were indicted. But prior to the indictment, they had already filed their lawsuit. So I'm not sure why they weren't paid, but I think the people that got paid should have been paid. I don't think there was anything around it. They should have paid them. Now, if the government is the one that funds LTA 100%, then Councillor's point will be salient because it will be, was this money allocated in the budget? But I want to believe that LTA is self-funded. Thank you.
Real good, welcome. Join us, talk to us.
Well, CEO, it's good to be back. Let me say good evening to all of you. But before I start, and I just got a message from one of the supporters for the march against or the awareness tomorrow. The management of Red Lion just informed me to have you informed that we'll be providing 300 sandwiches for those that will be marching. They can get through you, and perhaps the management, this is their own way of contributing towards the fight against drugs and the awareness creation. But I don't know whether the topic has started, but it's good to be back. We just follow the protocol. I think CEO, you're making a great impact in the midst of the controversies and all the very panelists that I see here. It's good to learn from you every time. But tonight, what is on my mind before we dive into the topic, it has to do with this issue of the JFK. You know, today I had a very good discussion with
I'm sorry, it looked like you came late, Vendetta. We'll get to it. We are talking about LTA paying those suspended commissioners, you know, after the GSC report. And they've found no reason not to pay them, Israel, Akansire, and the rest of them. So that's the topic on the floor. But we'll go down with your other conversation. What say you? Do you think?
I don't know what is pending. My understanding was the matter went to court. I think the people who were removed, they protested. They took the legal instrument by going to court, using the legal instrument. I don't know the ruling of the court. If the court rules to say these people must be paid and that their removal was not in consonance with the rule of law, they have to be paid. We saw the case of the central bank governor. He was paid the same way he was removed or made to resign. It was the same method that was applied to other people. So if there were some missteps in their removal process and they went to court and the court ruled and said, look, government of Liberia, you need to pay these people their benefit. Or if they were asked to resign so that they can get their benefit, and that discussion was put in black and white, there should be no objection why they should not be paid.
So just real quick, we're gonna follow with this story. Number one, everybody agreed that they should be paid because they didn't hold them. There's nothing on the book that they were guilty or the allegation was on them. So we all agreed to that. Whether the LTA can pay herself, yes, indeed, like Glennie said, LTA can generate funds to pay herself and contribute to the government. Whether they can use the social corporate funds to do this is the question, and we hope somebody can make that clear. And I'm receiving information that yes, indeed, they can do it, but they are not certain as far as to where they can go. Like I said, I reached out to Clarice Massacre, who is now been confirmed to be the next LTA chair, the commissioner chair, and he have to explain that, or the man that can make money rain, Patrick Honda, probably will explain that, or somebody from there can explain it. So it's good to know that this group of people have been paid. It's good to know that they took care of them, but they didn't pay a winner of Zagba. And that's the question, that when they pay her or because her name is mentioned. Councillor, let me come to you now. A winner, the former chair. She's still under suspension. The president have the right now to appoint Clarence Massacre because the GAC and the indictment. That's the argument from the Unity Party government. Talk to me.
Well, the president already took action to suspend them. So whatever happens now, they're just trying to legalize it. But the research that we did shows that the LTA has its own budget, yes, and the budget is approved by the board of commissioners. Now, when you approve a budget, you have to work within what you approve. It doesn't mean because the LTA has autonomous, so it can just decide to write check from anywhere. If money was available for vehicle, the write check and say, oh, you pay Fubi Henry for consultancy. No, there's line items in the budget of the LTA that you should pay from. Now, if this payment was not on personnel costs or so under the LTA, it's under social corporate responsibility by law and by corporate governance. For you to take money from the social corporate responsibility to bring it under personnel cost, it has to be through a board resolution. So maybe they had a board resolution to do that. So if they did that through a board resolution to transfer funds from that budget line to the personnel to pay them, then they acted in line with the law. But if there was no resolution, maybe they just went hurry and
But Councillor, let me interrupt you. I beg you, my brother. I think Clarence Massaquoi, if this happened on him, I think there's a problem. They shouldn't use the CSR to pay them. That's not the function. Let me finish. I'm going somewhere. I beg you, Chief. 1 minute. Okay. I want all Liberians to know this. That's not the function. Using the CSR to pay them. By the way, I can announce that they pay them only 25%, waiting to pay the rest of the amount next month. So they are giving them only 25%. That's what they gave them already. All 4 of them, they walk away with 25%. So you don't say anything. We use the CSR to pay you. I mean, what kind of game is that? I thought we should be transparent and straight up. You tell the person you keep quiet, we carry money, chair, small. They give them small money, 25%. All the balance 75% will come later. But then they didn't pay them directly. They pay them through third party as per the CSR. Why would I go to the youth and sport to say I'm contributing, then youth and sport take that money to pay these guys? I mean, what's the confusion here?
No, well, so Stanton, those are for me nothing an allegation, right? In terms of who they paying to and who paying.
No, that's not allegation. That's not allegation. No, Councilor, you're legal man.
Give me chance now.
Councilor, no. I want to know, Councilor. You will not come on the show if we don't dig and get information and want to share. They'll say allegation. I'm not saying allegation.
It's the allegation.
No.
What are you dig? You can dig 200 feet down.
No, Councilor, wait.
What allegation?
Councilor, wait. That's not allegation. I want the LTA. Councilor, wait, please. I want the LTA members to go ahead and say we lied. We are not speaking against an individual. We are talking about the LTA commissioners. That's not allegation. They give them 25%. That is still you can do and start showing the people check there and say,
the allegation here is that they've been paid by third party. That's an allegation.
It's not.
The issue of them being paid by LTA, we don't want to consider it as an allegation because they received the money, but they say they pay by third party.
Yes, they pay by third party. Let me say you something. They've been paid by third party. The reason why I can be afraid to send it to you, because I send it to you now, you send it to your friend Clarence Massaquoi, and then somebody new will come up. So just tell your own, man. Just tell your own. Send it to Mr. Regroup. You'll start sharing it around. So that's why I can say no document anymore.
If I'm someone that can share document, the document be flying around. I'm very confidential when it comes to that.
Oh yeah, I forget your lawyer. I forget your lawyer. You're not you. So your lawyer.
Anything. My ethics.
Let me send it to you. I can
let me just say something. Let me just say something to you, right? I'm telling you today. I'm saying to you. The same way you have the national budget approved by the legislature, and there are times they want to take money from somewhere they can go for recast. It's the same way that you have the board of commissioners that can also decide in extreme emergency cases, they can go and meet and do a board resolution to transfer. They do budget transfer. So if they met, if there's a board resolution that caused them and that allowed them to do that transfer from the social corporate fund for the payment of these people money, then it's correct because there has to be some legal instrument. The legal instrument that they're operating with is the budget. They have the budget that is approved by the board of commissioners, and in that budget, it has line items. So if goods and services and personnel costs, this particular money to pay these people was not there, and they decide to go on another budget line, they must do it through a resolution. And if they didn't do it, then get what the problem would be. That's my point. That's a legal procedure.
Okay, thank you very much. You're a legal man. I'm not going to beat you too much, but that's why some of us didn't do law. Because even you can see somebody killing somebody, Paul, going down Broad Street and shooting somebody, and you see that person shooting somebody, you will defend that person. That's your job.
Yeah, but that's your job. So let me clarify that one.
No, clarify. No, I gave you a chance to talk.
Now.
No, I want you to clarify.
No, because killing that category.
No.
We
Mama,
are
no,
coming
but
killing.
we're not
No,
in
wait.
legal school. No, we're
Yeah,
not in
but
legal
no,
school
that's what
yet.
I'm saying. I can
No,
see
but
somebody
you
shooting somebody. I can see somebody being shot and killed. You could say they murder the person. I would say no, that's self-defense. I
There you
would
go.
say no, that mistake. But the person died. So that different thing. When you just talk about killing, oh, is this my killing? No, we don't just go to court, go defend people. When you charge somebody for murder,
thank
you
you.
must meet the element.
Thank you very much. So you finish confirming what I just said, Paul. The people then want to make this thing on a pretty woman, right? You standing there, you what they say, you said no, them men were crazy, them men were insane, them man wasn't in his right mind, so I would defend him, man. That's your job. But we are saying something that LTA bypassed the system. People are telling me right now LTA is wrong. They pay these guys. You know, Abdullah Kamara attempted before to pay them. We brought the check up. You know that. They pay these guys through, you know, the CSR. They pay them. And it is wrong. We are not saying it's wrong to pay them. We are saying we'll take all this land to pay them. But I will give you what Councillor said. And they have a board resolution to recast that budget to pay them, then it's fine. But they didn't. They didn't, Councillor. I mean, we can have this argument all day long. All day, listen, I would say that Mommy and myself were arguing on this thing all day. We receive a lot of phone calls. We do all the background thing before I came on the show. All right. So the issue remains that there is no way we can sit over here and think that they did the right thing. I say we will wait for Clarence Massacre to clarify this thing. He's the board chair, and we'll continue on the story. But let's see if anybody have closing on it. Paul Kennedy, you got any closing on this?
No, Senator, we've already said all. First of all, the removal of them had a motive. The motive was not to remove them because they did something wrong. The motive was to remove them because they wanted to put people in a position they failed. And since they were in the turning position, the way you can do that is just accuse them for corruption and send them to court. You know, when the court come back now, if they say they're not guilty, the right thing to do under the law would be to reinstate them. But because you don't want to reinstate them, you already got people lined up for the job. You say, Mama, let me settle you so you can go. But that is the bad precedent for our country. Means the tenure laws are not being, I can put anybody in tenure. Once you get there, you remove them and put corruption charges on them. When the court found them not guilty, they come back and say, my man, we already finished taking you out of the post. You have 10,000 or 20,000 or 100,000, go to them. So why did you create the tenure position if you are going to be firing people anyways? So it's a bad trend our country is running on, Center. It's not a
It
good
is,
thing
because what I'm hearing is that there's no paper trail. But you know who they're paying? And it's a mistake though. For me. They are paying those people that were appointed by Josh Banawea. And those people are talking. I mean, I don't want to go into deep. I'm not saying it's a bad thing now. They are paying those former people that were removed. They are saying they were removed illegally. So Clarence Massacre, and they are paying them with no paper trail. They are already given them 25%. So, Mr. Rescue, Madam Rescue, why are we taking this track? Why can't we just be fair? If we pay them, recast the budget, cut the check that Councilor is saying, and give them the money. Why going back and forth with this thing and no paper trail? Talk to me, Fubi, and we'll go to Sis Glennie to close. And Patrick Fubi, is that Fubi? No. I'll take that regroup from there, man. Let's call your red name, man. You confused me.
You got to be very respectful of my personality on this platform. I'm a CEO. You are a CEO.
He's a broke CEO. He broke the hell. Fully talk to me, man. It's crazy.
Well, so, on a serious note, let me get you on a very serious note.
Way. It's a CEO way.
My man, oh, the man get that of Fubi too. What? And I even
we're not making it lazy. Yeah, but on a serious note, they always good to do the right thing. You know, after suspending them for alleged corruption and realizing that they were not part of the case as far by the the anti-corruption, just say the best thing to do is to pay them off or reinstate them. You know, and since you don't reinstate them because you already got your team lined up, pay them and pay them rightfully. You don't have to pass behind the house to pay them. You know, it's a legal right to get paid. So just do the right thing and pay them. If you need to go to board, have board resolution to do that, all your board members are in the country. Call board sitting in few hours ago, by tomorrow we all meeting and to decide on this and do the right thing. You don't have to do backdoor stuff. You got control of the money, you got the authorities to get the approval done and do it right. If you say we'll pay you 25% now and pay you another one later, nothing wrong with that. Just agree on that, the board pass it, and you cover your track. So you don't have to leave room that people will start questioning you tomorrow. And so they just need to learn to do the right thing. You got all this stuff, do the right thing. Nobody, you in charge, you're running the show, and you don't have to be afraid to do the right thing. Thank you.
No, thank you. Benny, you got anything to close on this? We'll go to the next one after Vendetta.
No, I mean, I think everybody has said just quickly, it is also important whenever you are able to talk to, what's his name, Masekwe, to clarify. We know that the funding here is not supposed to be used for salaries, but I still want to emphasize that LTA is self-funded. They raise their own money, they pay their own salaries. So we have to find out. And then also if they're taking their funds from there, they have to give a record of it. They have to report it. They have to document where the funds came from and by what means they got it. So I think there's some important questions that need to be answered so that we'll be able to give a response that is balanced and that speaks to the truth. But it's a good thing that the people got, even if they got 5%, they're supposed to pay them. So they've given them 25%. That's a good thing.
It's a good thing, just what you're saying about the confusion, the problem, Glendy, the means in which they pay them. That's this thing. Everybody agree. You took them out illegally, some of them, because a winner Zagran is not getting paid because of the indictment. Of course, the question will be, should they pay her, blah, blah, blah. But where we are today, they are saying that my people, why you went through the CSR? Why you went through the CSR? Why there is no paper trail? These people say they gave them 25%. So can Clarence Masekwe show anything that was, you say, go through the recast of the budget, go through the board resolution, the councilor saying, can he show us anything that it went through all of those things to pay these people? If not, then it's illegal. Then Clarence Masekwe is in trouble. You just cannot take the corporate social money and go and satisfy entire party. Then it's wrong. So therefore, we are digging on, and this guy just took over recently. And if this is true, this will be one of his biggest blunder as former representative. But you know the male representative in Lofa. So whatever the case may be, we just started with this story. Vandana, talk to us. Regroup CEO, talk to us. We just started this story, and I think it's getting very, very juicy. We're digging it.
I think I want to agree with Councillor Gu when he said it's still alleged. These people will not come here and tell you anything. I am thinking the way they are thinking. To say, look, if you have evidence, bring it out, we'll come and defend ourselves. So just by preemptive strike to provoke their intelligence to come to the media, they won't come. So I want to agree with Councillor Gu that until it is established, I know you're saying some information, except it is established, as it was established in the case of, the other people that were suspended, specifically the former chairman, there were barrage of information, audit report receipts, contracts, everything was displayed here. I think it claimed the attention of the president, and the president moved in to act decisively. As it stands, I see it as a preemptive strike intended to provoke their intelligence to come here and maybe share some information if they don't want their names to be mentioned consistently. But if they choose to keep quiet, well, it means the information will have to come out. But for me, this is what I see it. Paying the people from the CSRO fund, the Corporate Social Responsibility Fund. It is only them that can tell us whether it is true or not. I have not gotten the facts. But if I were in such a situation, maybe, okay, these people wanted to move. We don't want the matter to be dragged to court. We'll pay them, we'll settle them. But we don't have money. We have money, but this other money is not meant for the payment of, the debts, because we want them to leave. We have money somewhere, but it's not used. It's not supposed to be used for that purpose. Can we use it? Maybe when we generate money, we pull it back. I'm just thinking, maybe they use it to say, let's settle them, because the 2% that they pay, I think, is in the tune of 100,000. Israel, Acacia, and Zotawan Towers, or Tatos. These were the 2% that they pay, and we're calling to front page Africa, report I was there reading the other day, in the tune of $100,000. If the money was taken from the CSRO covers to pay them, have they remitted? Have they put that money back? Nobody knows. It's only the LTA can speak to that effect. Again, it's a choice. They can choose to come if the evidence is available, or they choose not to come. Maybe they don't want their name to be mentioned in the public domain.
So let me say something to you. Vandana, you raised a good point, right? So while we close on this, you said provoke. We are not provoking them. You see what actually put Abdullah Kamar and Wina Zagba in trouble? Not the CDC government that chased them. The Unity Party government chased them. Because the CDC government believed that it was right? Paul Kennedy? When Unity Party government came to power, they chased them out. And now they have indictment. Are you saying tomorrow, if this is not done correctly, the next government is not Unity Party government, they will chase Clarence Massaquoi and the rest of them for illegally paying these people? So I am not making, this case is not case to provoke for Joseph Boakai, the president, to come and remove them. This is the case to tell the Liberian people that these people, the condition on which they will pay is illegal. The corporate social funds are not funds that you go and pay people around. No. You got to go through board resolution. You got to recast your own budget. This thing, it was never done. Right now, they gave them 25% full hearing. They can give them the 100%. What if Clarence Massaquoi can, next government, if that government, that Unity Party, they will chase Clarence Massaquoi and they will hold them responsible for the same thing. Something similar, Abdullah Kamara going through. So, when my brother Rick want to be fair and say, brother, we don't force anybody to come. That is story. That what we do, we get the story and the people write it down. They document it. These guys are celebrating the 25% they receive. They are celebrating the 25%. And in this guy, guess what? They're going to run with it. So that's my argument. Yeah, you want to say something, Paul?
No, I was not saying anything.
Or maybe if the commissioner have discretionary power to use up to 25%, maybe that what they limited to 25%. So sometimes you have some different rules. I can give you some leverage. Say, look, we have board approval. You can spend this, or you can move this fund from this point to this point. So we just need to understand the clear mandate that they have, and that will help us to also collect some of this information. But all in all, they have all the people on ground to do the right thing. Let them just do the right thing and stop using the back door.
So at the end of the day, I think we're good on this topic, and the Liberian people will decide, because what happened here is that we, in one way or the other, we all just have to agree that if this is what they did Phoebe, then Clarence Massaquoi should be thinking, because these guys have already received the 25%. They will be going for the final amount. And if another government comes, and this is important, that they cannot show, and it's Israel Akisaya and the rest of them can stand in court and say, yes, these people pay us, and no paper trail, we are in trouble. What become of the budget? Is that what the budget is supposed to be used for? How many people are out there are they giving money to then? So I think we'll wait for Clarence Massaquoi and the LTA guys to explain this. This is on them. And I will run with this story. I got more information coming up. We'll run with this story again tomorrow. Let me bring up this guy. Before we do that, let's play some of the video circulating around about the death of the 8 Ghanaians, the defense minister and the rest of them. Let's play this video and then we'll listen.
And to think that illegal mining again is the reason somebody at the heart of this tragedy. It again goes to reinforce why a lot more needs to be done. But the ministers were there going on the way to launch this initiative, and they had crashed. We're learning a bit more about it with the weather, which is important in assessing what might happen. The assemblyman spoke to us live from the forest and told us that the weather today was pretty terrible in terms of the fogginess of the area above which the helicopter was flying, and may or may not have contributed. That will be a subject of investigations by the team that is going there. But we're getting a bit more condolences coming in statements all over.
A lot, in fact. You remember Mr. Tatuchukata was called to them about 50 years ago, and all the families of the deceased. And this is signed by Mr. Tatuchukata. And then because of this thing, what we are reporting, this tragic accident, that 3-day celebration is cancelled. Now, there's also one from the New Patriotic Party. The party says it is reeling with sorrow and grief following the tragic crash of a military helicopter that claimed the lives of all 8 persons on board. The passing is not only a devastating blow to their families, but also a profound loss to the entire nation they worked for and protected. We extend our deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families. No words can truly capture the anguish of this moment. We pray that the Almighty God grants them comfort and strength during this excruciating, difficult period. We call for thorough, transparent, and strict investigation into the cause of the crash. The dignity of the lives lost demands answers and accountability to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. In this time of mourning.
Okay, let's listen to the official report from the Ghanaian government.
Persons in the tragic crash. Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, Minister for Defense. Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Muhammad, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture. Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
This is big. This is huge. In the region. Let me hear you. Give you guys time. It's so good that I feel so blessed to share this in this South town. Councillor, what do you think?
Well, my condolences to the family, to the families of those lost souls. But it reminds me of 1998 when we lost 5 senior police, or I would say officers, senior police officer, from the director up to down to the deputy for chief for traffic. And so I know exactly what the families of these people are going through tonight and what the Republic of Ghana is experiencing today. Because that night when Joe Tate and the rest of the people died, Walter Penham, I think Susanna Lewis, and the other lady, I mean, it was Susanna Lewis. I don't know, I can't remember her name. Was it it's some Lewis or so?
Prince Johnson.
Cecil Lewis.
Cecilia, right? Yeah, yeah. You know, it was in the night, but the night got darker. It happened at night, but the night got darker than dark. To knowing that a whole, unit, all senior members, the only person that survived, and he was replaced by Walter Penham, was Lemuel Sherman, right? There was a Lemuel Sherman. He was the director for CRD. He should have gone along with the team that day to Maryland, but for some reason he had to come back to return to deal with some situation. That's how he was replaced with Walter Penham, and he lost his life in the process. So it is a painful thing for the people of Ghana tonight, and I wish, I pray that God, will console them, and the families will also be consoled by God. That's all I can say. It's
So there
sad.
you have it. So there you have it. Minus the flying officer and the sergeant. You have the Dr. Edward Omani Boima, Defense Minister, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Environment Minister, Alhaji Munuru Mohammed, Dr. Samuel Sapon, Mr. Samuel Abogi, the leader, Peter Bafimi Anala. And it's a hard time for the people of Ghana right now. Fubi, let's hear you.
Yeah, I always say Ghana is my second country. I grew up there from 1990 to 99, came back. So I always say, God bless our homeland, Ghana, make our nation great and strong. So wish the families and the entire nation and our deepest condolence, and let them go through this trusting God. And like Council said, the same thing that happened when I remember that situation with Jote, Prince Johnson, Senior, Walter Pelham, and all those guys. It was a sad moment, watching them moving their bodies that time around Vamoma, because we live on the airfield. And I saw the way the families and how things happened. John Small, the Liberian pilot that in a crash. So it just brought us in memory back, and we start looking at this. So say sorry to the Ghanaians, and let them take heart and trust God. The families take heart and trust God and go through this moment.
Well, to all of you out there sharing the show and following us, you can post your message. It's a sad time for the people of Ghana. The defense minister, the environment minister, and the rest of the team, 8 members died in a helicopter crash. Paul Kennedy, what say you?
Clinton, we all, join our colleagues to extend our heartfelt condolences to the government and the people of the Republic of Ghana. Ghana, with all of their stuff, have always been a friend to Liberia, right? I mean, I had my family live in Ghana 2 years before they joined me in the U.S. So Ghana is a second home to many Liberians, who left Liberia to seek refuge outside home. So, and we just recently saw that the Ghanaian president was in Liberia. He comes to most of the time when he's invited by the government of Liberia. So they have this very close working relationship. So we extend our heartfelt condolences to them, and we ask that God counsel them to the most. It's difficult to lose a loved one, Stanton.
But Glennie, you want to add your voice, Glennie?
I think it's a very sad time, and I think this this announcement not only affects Ghana but everybody, but more so affects the family more. To just have your loved ones just taken away abruptly by something that probably could have been averted. Maybe they could have said, "Let's go tomorrow." I think it's so sad, and I also think it's commendable that Spoon TV is highlighting it and allowing us to express our condolences, because this is our sister nation. This is a country that gave solace to most of the Liberians during the war. I wasn't on the camp, but I was able to go through Ghana to come to the States. But I think it's a sad time for the country, and I know that the Liberian government will issue express condolences to Ghana at this time. It's a hard time for everybody in that country right now to see the people and to see what has happened to their country today. So sorry to hear this.
Thank you. Vendetta?
Well, to the Ghanaian community here in Liberia, I want to say you're sorry for the loss of your sons and daughter within the helicopter crash in Ghana. This is, in my mind, a national disaster. To have high-ranking and high-profile government officials in the Ghanaian government, this is not a good news. And CEO, accidentally or coincidentally, it was still in the same month of August in Liberia, 1999, when 5 individuals lost their life here in Liberia, 1999, August 10, to be specific. And today the situation occurred is still in the month of August. Something is not right. Like for me, my experience here, that fateful day, I saw how the legs of Jyoti and the rest of the people who lost their lives during the plane crash at the Rabos International Airport. If you had told me to fly in plane, I would never do it, because I vividly saw the pilot struggling to land. There was no electricity at the airport. In fact, where the plane crashed, we were the first batch that went there. And what I saw, I still find it very difficult to eat certain food. And what we're seeing today, like as you were showing the picture or the video, it reminds me of that incident that I vividly saw on August 10, 1999. You know, the legs of the police director, Joseph B. He was 51 years when he lost his life. Colonel Walter Penner, he was 55. Amy Ware, she was 41 years. Cecilia Lewis, she was the youngest, 30 years. Flag Captain Joseph Smo, he was 42 years. And then the Catholic father, Reverend Father, Paul Dick Ray, he was 37. These were prominent and eminent persons that lost their lives, you know, on August 10, 1999. And seeing this situation happening in Ghana, I mean, is so sorrowful. We want to say to the Ghanaian government, we say we are sorry. I know no one expected this to have happened. To our brothers and sisters, friends who are residing in Ghana, I mean, in Liberia here, we want to say sorry. I know it's a difficult time to say, take courage, but CEO, this is a national disaster. For me, nobody expected, and what we don't know what was the cause, but I listened to the analysis from some of the media institutions in Ghana. They talk about the bad weather condition, but they were just speculating. But we have to put ourselves, in the right position now to take all precautionary measures, especially for domestic flights that are going to be flying from one point to another. It's time to put a serious mechanism into place so that we don't experience something of this nature, because for me, I was just trickled by this, and it's so saddening. I want to say never mind to the people of Ghana.
Yeah, I think it's a sad day. Nelson, I mean, let's just go through the story because I want to see what people have to say, because this is Ghana we're talking about, right? Like Lenny said, people went to Ghana and then a long stay in Bujumbura camp, and this is a big one for their country. So I think we'll take, at the end of the day, we reserve 30 minutes to take phone calls and listen to the people. While we say that, we hope, I'm going to play the video one more time, and we just ask you to, or maybe we'll just skip it. That's the story there on them. Let's talk about what happened at JFK. Maybe you guys know this gentleman. At JFK, information, the gentleman resigned July 12th, 2025, because of allegation, saying the councilor wanted us to use allegation of total of $8,000. This is Clarence Guy, Representative Clarence Guy, oldest brother. He was the deputy CFO, Chief Financial Officer at JFK. He was caught in $8,000 allegation, US dollars, and he was asked to resign or to fire him. I mean, if you know him, he used to be at the legislature. I think you know him, councilor, because he used to be there. This is he and his brother, Clarence Guy. What you say, man? The man resigned. I have his letter. The allegation is deep. But people ask him, will he just walk because he resigned, or will there be any persecution? So those of you that are out there, we just want to announce that yes, indeed, the story been running is on the Variety newspaper. But it's a big story. J. Heron Guy is his name, J. Heron Guy, and this one is big. Let me hear you. He's from I believe, your own county. So let's start with you, Vendetta Patrick. This is Clarence Guy, brother. $8,000 allegation forced him to resign as deputy CFO at JFK.
So, CEO, let's deal with him as an individual with no attachment, because crimes are not transferable.
No, we're not saying put Clarence in there. I just say that Clarence Guy, brother.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. But look, CEO, I don't know the conditions that led him to resign. But resignation is a voluntary decision. Only he can tell us why he resigned. Let's get that very clear. But because I heard you saying that he was asked to resign, if they ask him to resign and he knows that he did not do anything, there's no financial misappropriation in the tune of 8,000, and somebody say you should resign, and he resigned, then he's a coward. But if he did it voluntarily to say, you know what, there are speculations about me, and I don't want to hold the institution hostage, I will leave. It is right for him to resign. But if he resigns, he knows very well that his reputation was tainted, or people lie on him, for which the professional working environment was toxic. And he decided to leave professionally.
What kind of man? They never resign because of the $8,000. Then you get beat around the bush.
No, you say you have his resignation letter. I have not seen that. I'm laying the basis that resignation is a voluntary
decision.
No,
that's still plenty.
And
you're blind.
No. Let's get this clear. See, I have resigned before. So what happened? I have resigned from job. And I took the entity to tax because I did not want to be there and fight. And I came back. So, I mean, I'm speaking from my experience. People resign based on certain, public officials do resign to say, okay, if they say I'm
let's
probably
go.
I'm leaving.
Let's leave the rest of this. I want to give you time. Let's talk about the allegation here now, $8,000.
So I have no facts yet. They say he stole $8,000. I don't have the receipt. I don't know what happened. You just bringing it out. You see, for me, I like to speak based on evidence. If I have the prima facie and the evidence, or even just say in resignation letter, that is good. But if the JFK, now that we are beating them, and you know that this man is corrupt or he stole 8,000, by this time, this man should be under investigation or taken to court. Why is the JFK still sitting and watching and we're discussing? We're not here to cry for them. These are administrators. They have seasoned administrators at the JFK. Are they scared to prosecute the man before he called names? Is that what they're saying? CEO, I don't have the facts. I have not laid on a resignation letter. But what I can say, resignation is a voluntary decision. If he resigns, it's up to him. But if he resigns because people say you must resign, and he know he was not ready to resign, then he's a coward.
Thank you, Mr. Riku. I love having Vanessa Patrick on the show. Thank you, Glenny. So let's get it. Let me drop this thing. I think I already put it there. You guys saw some of the document from JFK. It's in the chat room, right? Not yet. I think I did. But Glenny, let's hear you. It's on the newspaper, Variety newspaper, Mountain Collie. And let me announce, I spoke to Clarence Scott, the representative, and I asked him about this, and I have his brother's phone number. I called the brother, he didn't answer, and I sent him a text. Just to put this in context, Clarence Scott was out of the country. He told me, he said, Stanton, he told me, and he wanted me to announce it, the representative Clarence Scott. He said, Stanton, this is very disturbing for the family, you know, but we are looking into it. And he going to JFK had nothing to do with me, but hearing the news, he's my older brother. And I said, can I have his number? Clarence Scott said, sure. Clarence Scott himself sent me his brother's number, right? So if that does not speak volume for Kennedy, that Clarence Scott, you know, saying this thing, he's down, he's disheartened, then I don't know what else I can tell Mr. Riku. But anyway, Glenny, information like this and the information that came up, right? Everything going up on JFK. The Deputy Chief Financial Officer, allegation that he's taking $8,000. Hey, Glenny, where are we going?
He should be investigated. Whether he resigned, he should not be free. The fact that he has resigned gives us even more suspicion that there's something wrong. Why didn't he resign before the story came up? So he should be investigated. I don't think that should be used as a caveat for him to not be investigated. I don't have the proof, but I think with the story and all of the things that have been shared, I read some of the stuff from Martin's page. They should investigate him. And if he's not guilty, he's innocent until proven guilty. If he's not guilty, then someone apologizes, the management apologizes to him, or whoever is alleging can apologize, or you could sue them for character assassination. But I don't think he should not be investigated because he has not resigned. It's just too many things going on.
Too many things going on. This allegation is seem to hold water. There's a relationship between he and the CEO that I don't want to get into, family relationship and relative relationship. But other people went down and the story is getting even bigger here. So I thought this story was fake, ladies and gentlemen. And I decided to call Clarence Scott, Paul Kennedy, because I know we have Vendetta Patrick here. I know we have the lawyer here. The one for you to give them the evidence. And I told Clarence, I said, Representative, should I give the announcement that I spoke to you, Fubi Heron? Because I don't want you to say, well, we talked and he brought him. He said, yes. He said, that's my older brother. He said, that's my older brother. I said, can I have his number? Clarence guy said, sure. Yes, his number. He texted me his brother's number, and I said, can you tell him that I want to talk to him? Clarence said, yeah. And, we got to be transparent in the country. If these allegations are true, then the man did the wrong thing. So now, Vandana Patrick, sorry, I didn't tell you that, but now I'm saying that after you spoke. But let's move on. I think I read with Glendy. If this is not only about his resignation, then it should call for persecution. Paul Kennedy.
I was reading the post from PPCC that speaks of JFK. Is that the same connection? Because I'm still trying to get into it as far as it is concerned with the resignation of this gentleman who's alleged to have taken $8,000. Just like I think Glenn or Vandela said, if there's an accusation of corruption, normally just having people resign and go sit down, stand down, it really does not solve our problem. And we are seeing this president also at the government side too. Normally people will just get suspended and they'll go home. So I think we should be looking at how when people are accused of being corrupt and for some reason they are pressured to resign, the resignation should just not be an end to it. I think for some other reason to bring some accountability in society, we should take the people to court, let them be prosecuted, because that will help us to see that people are just not taking money and walking away and sitting down, right? You know, taking them to court also vindicates them if they are actually not guilty, because there could be other allegations of corruption on people that actually have the involvement of higher ups in the institution. So I would think that it will make sense for someone who has been accused on corrupt charges to not just be pressured to resign, but also be further up to the Ministry of Justice or other, prosecutory arm to ensure that they are accounting for the crimes they committed. So until I can see that, I hope that the JFK will do the right thing and they will begin to prosecute people who are wrongfully acting in these public places, in the public spaces. Because JFK is a public place, and this guy goes and allegedly take money that is not for him. You know how much $8,000 could do in the place there when they are holding people for $800 to let them out. So I really think that if it is truth and that if he's involved, his resignation should not be the only thing. They should be looking at carrying him to a next step so that he makes himself presentable before court of laws.
Yeah, thank you. I think I agree with you, though. Paul, let me say this. Paul, these are allegations, right? But to tell you the truth, they may resign because, everybody at JFK, this is not the first time. This is not the first allegation on a young man. This is not the first. Everybody been blowing horn and say these, financial folks in there, the allegation that they're increasing and jacking up the prices and they're eating the money. These are allegations on them. That the story is deeper, but it's connected to somebody that somebody don't want to talk because now they have gone to LCC. So will this guy go to court? Will he be persecuted? Is LCC going to follow this story? But one good thing here, and I will say this to everybody, I think people got to be careful now because if you fall down inside, you're done. You're gone, fully. And this is a young man, though. I'm kind of disturbed because this is a young man. You can see him, though he's the older brother. But it's something about $8,000. He makes almost $3,000 a month, fully. He makes almost $3,000 a month. What's the contentment? He's not content. He got to be accused of taking $8,000. Talk to me.
Yeah, I think sometimes the whole issue of people resigning, I think sometimes can be a compromise with some of the administration. When they don't want to fire you or prosecute you, they tell you, say, look, resign honorably so that we don't disgrace you further. And I think and there have been a lot of practices around. So I think that maybe that's one of the reasons why he resigned, not to go that route. But it's up to the hospital also to follow the case because these are, if you want to clean up the system, you need to be able to take people on heads on. And sometimes also people don't have all the right evidences to go to court. So you might know that this thing went wrong, but is it enough for the court to find this person guilty and go to court? So those are some of the reasons why people say, okay, look, man, just resign and move. Let them move on. Because the whole justice system sometimes is a waste of time for me in most of the cases. You have evidence upon evidence, and you go there, they tell you, say, look, after you finish doing all your argument back and forth, you're there for 3 months, 1 month, or whole years. Oh yeah, you go through a whole term of court, not guilty verdict, hang down, you move on, yourself, you take a pill, you move on. All the back and forth. For me, that's the reason why I don't even waste my time with the whole court process, because it's a waste of time for me. And that's one of the reasons why sometimes entities will refuse to go. I told you about our $1.8 million fraud case we had over in 2010. 3 times we couldn't get a verdict handed down. It was only hung verdict. At the end of the day, you have a few jurors going one side, you have the other body going one side. You say, look, the case is still hanging. We can't move forward. And because somebody in the system found a way to bribe that way through, and people to say, look, you can't get it done. So people look at that thing and say, we'll not waste our time to go to court for certain issue. $8,000 is a lot of money. But comparing to the people, the bills people pay at JFK, and some of the reasons why people are even held in temporary imprisonment. And 8,000 can solve a lot of people probably get free, a lot of people from hospital. But is JFK willing to go to a court? JFK has all the evidence that when they go to court, it will be overwhelming to find the guy guilty. Sometimes the answer will be no. So based on that, they say, look, man, resign, let's move on. But I think they need to start to naming and shaming them will also help to also bring some of the things to the fore.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Fubi. Councillor, I kept you for last. Yes, go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, so there is also I don't know what is the policy of the JFK. Abrupt resignation. Sometimes they are rejected. Before you resign from job, you have to give notice period. In some institutions, sometimes 1 month, sometimes 3 months, sometimes 2 weeks. But something just happened today and you resign, the institution has a right to reject. I don't know whether that law was applied, but from an HR standpoint, you don't just wake up one morning and say, I resign. It also depends when you are hired in a position, because these are things they will specify within the HR policy. Maybe even before you fire somebody, you have to give them due process. Maybe the first one, verbal warning. The second one, you put them on official notice. They tell maybe you lead to suspension 1 week or 2 weeks or 1 month. But in this case, everywhere, for any institution such as JFK, there must be an advance notice period why you want to resign. It could be concealed, but it's important to inform the entity that you have family obligation and you'll be tenoring in your resignation, and during this time they can do XYZ. It will put the entity in a better position to bring in somebody as you are leaving, and that person will be coming in. But short notice, it is conflicting, and sometimes it's speculative. It better you don't resign, no show. I let them consider it to be like, okay, the man is not coming back. But when you put it in black and white, like you write a letter today, you send it today, then you buy a thing, you go, the entity has a right. In fact, that should claim the attention of the entity to subject you to investigation. Why they short notice? But I don't know whether JFK is we can't cry more than the bereaved. But if I were in such a situation, I'll be very clear that your resignation is respected, but it does not fall in line with HR policy because of your short notice. You have to give us some time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Again, to all of you out there, we just want to hear from you what you think about Henry Gott's story. Let's listen to Councillor. Councillor, the legal part, talk to us on the legal issue here now. The allegation, the resignation, the relationship. What can JFK do? Is he free?
So if JFK believes that a wrong was committed and that wrong has criminal elements, you file the case to the criminal investigation, and they will conduct the investigation, and whether he resigns or not, if it's found, if there's reason to believe that a crime was committed and he was connected to the commission of the crime, will move to prosecute him. So a resignation doesn't in any way means that he cannot be prosecuted, except where there was an arrangement between he and JFK that JFK would not proceed to prosecute, to press charges, to push for charges to be pressed against him. Then he can leave. But in the absence of any such arrangement, he can still be prosecuted. JFK can agree that would not press charges. However, if the Ministry of Justice gets the information and believes that there's a need to press charges, JFK will have no other alternative but to cooperate with the Ministry of Justice, provide the necessary documentation and pieces of evidence to proceed with criminal investigation, because crime is committed not just against JFK but against the state. So, and it is the Ministry of Justice that has the authority to negotiate a settlement in criminal cases, other drop charges, with prosecution or so, not the private prosecutor. The only reason why the private prosecutor or prosecutress, if it's a female, will attempt to do it is because the government would need them to assist in the investigation. And so if JFK does not, JFK maybe say they don't have the documentation, they don't have the paper trail, they put up bottlenecks, it's going to be difficult for our setting. It's going to be difficult to proceed with prosecution. If in the West, they will charge the JFK pool for complacency and for conspiracy and for even undermining a criminal investigation. In our country, we'll just lay back, cases are many, and we'll go through. So there are a lot of implications involved. But hey, the main thing here is that it is being reported that he resigned for allegedly misapplying 8,000 or stealing 8,000 US dollars from the entity. So if that's the case, then they must forward it to the LCC or the Ministry of Justice, the police, to conduct a criminal investigation so that they can hold him culpable if probable cause is established.
I think you said it right.
And to Fandala, no VP, when you resign, let me tell you something. Let me make it simple.
Real quick, Councilor, real quick.
That's what people can do. They resign, they submit a letter, then they say, oh, the management say, oh, we agree, or I take it back. It can only happen when you remain uncovered. When nobody knows, just between 2-3 persons, it can't answer. The moment that letter surface outside, my brother, it's done. You resign. Resignation is voluntary. So the only time you will see entity will say, "Oh, get notice," is because maybe in the case of a definite contract of employment, there are terms and conditions in that contract that require you giving notice in the event you want to work or terminate the contract. Is there? While open contract, indefinite contract of employment.
No. There are instances.
Hold on, guys. I'm begging my people.
Yeah.
Let's go on. I think
you resign. There's no requirement for you. When you resign, you resign. Nobody place any requirement on you to say, so if the person does not give any reason, why would you say?
Let's give Fandela Patrick the chance to respond. VP, go ahead.
So we have to be very clear here. If that's why I asked from the beginning, I don't know the HR policy at the JFK. In areas that I have worked, they made it very clear. If you are in senior level management position, maximum 2 weeks notification. If I intend to resign within 2 weeks, I will write the management to tell them within 2 weeks, I'll be tendering my resignation. During that time, I'm still in the employ. If there is anything that I have done and I have notified them, that 2 weeks will give them an opportunity to audit me, to ask me some questions, because at the end of the day, that 2 weeks elapsed, nobody going to ask me. I have resigned. I don't know what is the case of JFK. I don't know why. Most of the time, I have seen that many times. Somebody wake up today, go to work, they say, I resign. They go home. Nobody knows that. So it is on this issue that I was saying that in some instances where the policy says you have to give 2 weeks notification, or maybe 2 months or a month notification, and you don't do it, you just go ahead and say, today, I resign. And your resignation is tied to financial malpractices, or it is leaving the institution into financial burden, or maybe corruption or whatsoever, you can be subjected to investigation. That resignation will not be honored. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why JFK...
Well, you get notice that now you're still subjected.
Oh, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. For the fact that you say, I'm resigning, I'm going, the management has the authority to say, no, I think you breach a protocol. You're supposed to give her 2 weeks. If they feel, they say, okay, you can go. But especially in such a situation where allegation of $8,000 a year and then you just walk away like that, well, it's up to them. I can't cry more than the bereaved.
No, but thank you very much. I think you were very clear. This is some of the issue we have. And I think everybody would just agree. Those of you that listen to us out there, for $8,000 business, I don't know. I really don't know what is happening. Deputy CFO. I mean, the deputy CFO for the entire JFK. Hearing God, brother is a representative. I mean, if you want to, you can go ask your brother, man. You look like a decent dude, though. He does. He looked like a decent guy.
Yeah, but
you know, my thing is that.
But why you keep tying the man to his brother, The man is allowed to commit a crime. Let deal with the man.
And you tell your own, I'm blaming you. Let me tell my own now. So, you know, folks, Clarence is my man, but this, bro, I mean, I heard Clarence today, I felt bad. Clarence is very disturbed about this information. So, I don't know. I really don't know. It's from Wahala to another Wahala.
The public account in the house?
He was there. He got in problem with Fonati. Yeah. But you know the story because you were there. So tell us.
Okay, no, I just want to know. Public account people.
Clarence guy, he and Amara Corner, the accusation that they say they ate the PAC money, the allegation of the APAC money. No, man, y'all don't let me drag Clarence into this thing. But my fellow Liberian, what we said today, relax and just talk a peaceful show. Akaris Gray is not yet yelling and screaming, yeah. But you know, we having a good conversation. It's very decent. Like, you know, the family conversation. Akaris Gray is not screaming. Azado is not screaming. You know, we just sitting up peacefully, just talking like normal human being. Like, you know, Mo Ali said that normal living, you know, Paul Kennedy just enjoying himself. He get his cigar by him, and, you know, Councilor Good just relaxing. See how good we looking on the show today, right? No, let's say you guys, you know, but only the sedition can come with funny high spirit. Maybe that spirit is from the devil. Seriously. But we all sitting there like Christian, you know, then it will go up and come back. Because no sedition yet. When sedition come back, then all the spirit they be, but you know, even Uncle Sam is a sedition and he be interrupted.
So we who are here, who we are now?
Almost yelling yesterday, give me headache straight.
Yeah. No, but look at us. Nobody interrupting anybody. Everybody relaxed. We're chilling. People getting the water. We, you know, Glenny drinking her juice. Not knew that Betty's, she drinking in her cup. She calling it juice. And, you know, everybody just chilling. Glenny drinking Billy's. You know, don't tell you the guy. Snap me talking about liquor from Della Patrick face. He's smiling. You see Pepsi.
Apparently, it's because of the topic. Because when we are dealing with the people, political institutions.
Paul Kennedy looking that he disturbed. You know that the woman I received that phone call. You read this? Look how you say now. The hell ain't living.
The next senator.
I'm scared to talk to Boto. I'm scared to talk to Boto Cannon. I'll be calling Boto Cannon. You know, Boto Cannon myself scared to talk. So whichever Paul Kennedy, I will ask her, are you ready to go against Paul Kennedy? Huh?
When she got me on.
No, she ain't coming out. I told her my own one.
It's not only Boto Cannon. Stand down when you are eligible to run in an election. There are other contestants that will be there. So I'm getting prepared to meet and face any contestant that come in 2029. It's not only Boto Cannon. I don't know why you're limiting it to Madam Cannon. The woman is a sitting senator, and you know.
Senator Paul Kennedy.
That's thinking of what brother can say.
No, I say about Paul Kennedy. Paul Kennedy say put one a barrel slip up.
He may pour drink water.
That's to be frank. But I can't my jab. But I can't my jab. They don't know how to saga. To tell you the truth. But again, trust me, it would be a good race between Paul Kennedy, Boto Cannon, and the rest of them. But we got one more story. We're doing good. We're doing good. And nobody holding us back. The councilor is so relaxed. No, guys. Look at our mentor, our mind. We are so composed because sedition's not on the show.
I said, do that,
no. See, let me say something. I think we cannot stigmatize a political institution because representatives of that institution come here to speak. They don't come here as
let me say my own. Let me say my own.
Clarify. Come in.
Who will tell you? CEO versus CEO. Who will tell you?
Yeah. You got to treat me with that dignity. I'm a CEO.
CEO versus CEO. Who will tell you?
But see, let me say this: we don't want people think that this thing is CDC versus UP on this platform. In my mind, when they come here, they come as individuals, but in most instances, they speak on behalf of their political institutions. So it does not suggest that
are you scratching the thing? Are you scratching the thing? I told
no.
You know what? That's it. Come. Not going to. No. From that way, Mr. CEO. Mr. CEO.
Make pro bono for the people.
Yeah, that's the kind of the show. No. I beg you, Mr. Regroup. Let us the Labrador people. Something strange happening today. Sidisha and I here know how we interacting like human beings. Know how we talking like Liberians.
No. That is a mischaracterization. Personally, everybody knows that I disagree with them. To present them in such a manner.
Look at everybody. CEO, but wait, gather you CEO will gather you whisper. So here's the issue. Everybody commenting say the show is moving fine. Nelson, can you come on the show? Let's take some call before we go to the Ombudsman story. But this is very important. We acting like real normal human beings, normal day people. The normal day when your own man go to church, come out and sit down. Number day human being. I want to more at the world. Seriously, believe me. Let's see this guy on the show. The whole show turn crazy. Am I lying? I'm asking the people. I'm asking.
Let me talk. Let me talk. I'm gonna say this. Let me talk. Let me talk. I'm gonna say this. Let me talk.
I'm telling you. Hey, you know, look at Joe Cooper. Joe Cooper said the show is very important now.
He won't know.
But let me ask you, y'all gotta believe this thing. Everybody acting like real normal human being. Not even normal human being, but normal days. Doing before the war time. You experience that life before the war time. That will be outside playing till 7, 8 o'clock. Experience it. Normal day. If I brought in my friend name or old man, the Madingo ball, or Paya, my mother gonna look for me because she know I'm safe. The Madingo man had 3 women. The women that will cook, will eat all the picking in. Normal days living. So I see this guy on the show sport. I can't agree with interrupt. Uncle Sir will interrupt. I said to will be screaming. You can lie your power, you can lie to win, but you can lie to rule. You can lie, you
can lie to win election, but you will not lie to go. You can lie to win election. Don't forget
everybody. Joe, we are coming back. If you like it, Joe, we are coming back. Every day, Joe, we are coming back. We can see it. Man.
But there are some topics.
But that part of Leo and Lumba. Nobody asked you to make correction here about Leo and Lumba. You like your sedition, your name and where you joining us from?
I'm Abraham Kane calling from Grandpa's of Ghana.
Yeah, Abraham.
Yeah, the CDC got in Pastor will sell you CEO when you want it, you want it all.
How much are selling it?
We're selling $3,000 USD.
Are you kidding me? Are you serious? The man said, oh, yes, they have got 3,000 USD in Buchanan. No, that's the man just said it to me.
That's including the land and everything, right?
Everything, 3,000.
Can they provide a better picture for us?
That's not true.
But I see this here headquarters.
But Paul Kennedy, you think when they post selling power there, they'll sell it hard and land separately? They sell all.
Yeah, in some places, people will tell you.
No, but I see this here.
I beg you, I will go buy a house, you land.
You can buy a house, they land up for you.
No, but guys, we got one more story on the Ombudsman, right? But they are selling the CDC party headquarters. Isn't this for $3,000? Isn't this a serious issue? Let's talk to George. Hey, my friend, I believe your name is George, right?
Yes.
Yeah, talk to us, my man. What's going on here?
Yeah, so my call is about, first of all, my condolences to my people of Ghana for the army helicopter that went down. I was supposed to land in Obuasi in the Ashanti region. So condolences to the people. Secondly, to Vandela Patrick, not everybody sent in a 2 weeks letter to their employer because of in terms of resignation. Mostly when there's a fraud involved in terms of embezzlement, that contract between you and the employer is automatically terminated. So your 2 weeks does not even count anymore. You are going to resign immediately. Even they will not even allow you in the facility. So why is VP talking about 2 weeks notice?
Thank you. All right, so guys, I know we got one more conversation.
Don't mind keeping Pepsi.
We got one more topic, right? But this CDC thing, 3,000, I think we're going to auction it tonight. If this is true, this is big.
Oh, is that true? You know,
stop spoiling our show, man. Stop spoiling our show. The man
any call make a call, then you just agree with it. You gotta do background check.
Federa, that Bikela will talk about leaving a low bar. Yeah. The person 3,000 we investigate. But can you imagine?
Yeah, they say 3,000. Let me know that buy it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we're trying to get a contact information. I mean, we'll do an organization to buy it. By the next week, everybody will put
No,
50
no,
dollars together.
no organization. I want to buy a loan and put my thing in there. Don't come back. No
Oh, okay, I'm
organization.
sorry, Paul. But I mean, but that's the CDC party headquarters. The reason why Sitisha didn't show up today because this was one of the biggest disgraces, you know. Nelson, if you're hearing us, can you come on the show? Who they call Nelson, please? And here we are, the CDC party headquarters for sale. Man, this is huge, though. And they'll be removing them from the other party headquarters on the boulevard again. Plenty.
No, I think they say this. They say they threw them. This is their headquarters, but they threw them out of the headquarters in Grand Bassa. I don't know about it. They say that the story is that thrown out of party headquarters in Grand Bassa because of the inability to pay the rent.
Yeah, but that's why the people selling it now for 3,000.
So, but I think Josh, we can pay that 3,000, man.
Joe, we are saying he's not spending money on CDC anymore. And as a matter of fact, CDC should pay him if they want him to run. That's what we heard. For me, Joe, we are saying CDC should pay him if they want him to run. He's not spending money on CDC anymore. This is.
They're leasing it. Compound for lease. I found the story. It's a compound for lease.
Then so how that man, other men can talk about sell. You know the difference between lease and sell.
Compound for lease. The number is the number.
CEO. Don't.
They get number there.
And another thing here is that they invited them from District 16. But listen, guys, they invited CDC from District 16 party headquarters today. They kicked them out.
Yeah.
Today, District 16 in Rikutan, they kicked them out. Grand Bassa kicking them out.
Regroup.
There's a big one. There's a big one. They are kicking them out from the main party headquarters. I don't know what's happening. I think for the rest of the show, we shouldn't bring in any sedition, even if they are in the back. Because this is.
I know that answer to one count. I know that answer to. I know that answer to. I know my brother answer to.
So, but listen, this is serious, guys. A beautiful Wednesday, right? And you are following the story, right?
And Rini there too. Yeah. Rini want to put it in outside. Rini is a problem.
I mean, I listen. District 16, Dixon Simo. That's his area. You can tell. They kicked them out. Grand Bassa, they kicked them out. But anyway, let's move to our next topic. We not see acid though. We shouldn't talk about CDC now. Let's move to our next topic.
Then you see the sample said 10 green.
It's 10 green. I mean, that's abandonment. That's abandonment. So, but let's say this though. And I want to bring the council in there. As it will get to you, you will tell you when we go. Councilor, report of the Office of the Ombudsman, Republic of Liberia, report number 007, that 007, they made that 007 of 2025. That James Bond, 007. And here we are. You read the report, Councilor. He is calling for the immediate dismissal of all these people. Reverend Luther Tappe, Chairman, Unity Party. Amos Tuwe, Secretary General, Unity Party. MD Awa Kupokra, the other lady, I don't know her name, but a lot of them, he's saying the president should dismiss them. What say you, Councilor? What say you?
Well, Stanton, that is a big, very, 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 very big call. And I think the Office of the Ombudsman have done their investigation. I think the office relies on Section 5.9 of the Code of Conduct. And then also that decision will be supported by Section 15.1, which names the actions that can be taken against anyone who violates any provision of the Code of Conduct. So he made reference of due process. He also made reference of documentations from the investigation, statements taken, complaints, Supreme Court opinions, and a lot of other references have been made in the short part of the report that I read. But the thing here is, does the office of the Ombudsman have that authority? Yes, it has. Is the office of the Ombudsman an independent office? Yes. Should it be operating without referring or conferring with political actors, including the appointing power, before coming up with decisions? Yes. Do we believe in the independence of the office of the Ombudsman? Yes, we do. And so it's left now with the president to take the recommendation of the office of the Ombudsman and act. This is what we call for. This is the level of independence that we pray for in our country from these various investigative bodies. I know some of the discussion behind the scene is that the office of the Ombudsman should have referred or conferred with the president first before coming up with their report and a recommendation. But again, is that what we want for executive interference to be involved in decision making of these bodies? When we talk about independence, is that independence for you to confer with the chief executive first before coming up with decision? When he's on an oath to support, uphold, protect, and defend the laws, the Constitution and law of Liberia. So the Ombudsman is also on an oath. The president is on an oath. Both of them are on an oath to do what the law requires. So he has done his part, he and his people. He left with the president to decide. It's a big call. But hey, like Charles said one time, he said, my government, that Brazilian team, they took out Ronaldo, they bring Ronaldinho. and so you take out Kaka from there, you bring somebody else. So we believe that the United Party is both Spain and Brazil join. So a lot of people. Yeah. So I think
let me ask you, Councillor, let me ask you what we stay with you. Do you think those that are advising Mr. President, to tell me, what are you hearing? Would they advise him to implement? Will he suspend? Will he dismiss any one of these individuals?
Well, I tell you the truth, between you and myself, if nobody talks to the president, and the president get a report, he will take action immediately. But if you say you're waiting for people around him to talk to him, forget it. He would not take action as the Ombudsman has recommended. But if the president
what not taking action means to the country?
Well, it means that the government is undermining its own self, because one institution is coming up and giving, reporting and calling for action, and the president, who has the power of the executive to act, is reneging on taking the decision. So it means that the government is not respecting the rule of law, is undermining itself in the fight against the rule of law, and that will in fact even frustrate other institutions as well. So for me, if, like I said, if this left with the president alone, I think for me, if the president alone, he would take action. But if you say advisors, he called council to say you come advise me, forget it. Forget it. Nothing will come out of it. So
Thank
I
you very
believe the
much.
president, he listening to Spoon, let him avoid talking to any of the advisors. This one is clear. When he was taking the oath, nobody advised him to take the oath. Let him move straight and take the decision.
Councillor, thank you very much. Fubi, let's hear you. What do you think?
Yeah, for me, the whole code of conduct, I've always been against it because it was passed by selfish and greedy lawmakers who think or thought that government is for them and that only they should have all the privileges and others should be subjected to stuff. Lawmakers will sit in their offices and go and campaign. They say other people should not campaign. Lawmakers will sit in their offices and run for re-election, and even run for higher positions, but they will tell other people say you must resign 2 years before you can run. So for me, that whole code of conduct, we should throw it away. We need to go back to the drawing board and correct it, or get some of those clauses out because it don't make sense. They are selfish and they're only there in the interest of the lawmakers. So I don't support the whole code of conduct, or certain clauses that they have. That I don't support that, and I don't think the new guys are working on the way and pleasure of the president. So if the president won't listen to it, I don't like issue. But I don't think it should dismiss any of those guys. That code of conduct is selfish and it's not in the interest of the country. It's just those few guys that sat out in Capitol building thought to pass it to please themselves and subject all other people against their own freedom. The constitution, your right, your freedom to associate this to a political party. Everybody freedom. So lawmakers will not go and pass a law that would disenfranchise other people from exercising their freedom because they say you working in government, so you can't be in political party, or you can't canvass, for doing election. You can't do this because you working in government. You can't be in government. You won't run. You gotta resign.
That's what you have now, though. Are you saying that's what we have now? Though you are angry because you wasn't elected to go there, but
no, it's not for me being elected.
Yeah, but Fubi, how can you say the president shouldn't respect the ombudsman recommendation here?
That particular code of conduct, that particular clause that was read or is quoted, is against the right of people. The lawmakers that passed that particular stuff, they were all selfish. And that's why they passed that. They extend, even tell people you gotta resign 2 years before you contest election. We have that intent, you should resign 2 years. They sit in government, they ride out, they use government resources, they go to re-election. Some of them say that representative, they run for senator. Some of them say representative or senator, they run for presidency.
Was that signed by the president?
No, it was obviously signed by Madam Salif and the lawmakers there. I know, but I'm saying when you have unjust law, when you have laws that contradict the constitution.
But listen, Fubi, I'm trying to hold you here. Yeah. I try to understand. That's a law now, Fubi. Are you telling President Bouaka, who served as president then for the Senate, when this was signed by Madam Salif, are you telling him not to honor what went through under him? I mean, are you saying to him that he was wrong? Are you saying now don't respect it? Is that what you're telling the president?
He had no choice when the Senate and when the House voted. He had no choice. He couldn't reverse that decision. He couldn't do anything about that decision.
He had no way to talk to the president as the number one advisor to Madam Salif at the time. If you say he had no choice,
you can talk, but you don't have control.
Fubi, if you say he had no choice, this is a president that spoke. They say we are bringing back the office of the ombudsman. So they agree that he had no choice.
I will join my
degree for you. You got to take the degree for the man. They agree that he had no choice.
I told you that. Ain't no software, but something. You can't take it back. I want that degree.
I haven't considered.
No, but I don't support it. I don't support it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but don't say the president. No, you don't support it, sorry, but don't say the president must violate the law. That's the point we're saying. It's bad. I tell you one time, Stanton, just before you go to the other panelists, I went before the Supreme Court, before a Chamber of Justice. There's a clause in the Constitution that we argue before the Chamber of Justice. The Chamber of Justice said, look, counsel, go tell your client to pack a bag and return to prison. In as much as this particular law does not look good, it is the Constitution, it is the law. We'll honor it until the legislature until the people can change it. So the law may be bad, but you have to honor it. The people who can violate the law because it's bad, that the ordinary citizen, not the people who to defend the very law. So if you think the law bad, move to amend it.
Okay,
Why
thank
is
you.
that now?
But let's hear the rest of the guys. I beg you, Councillor, because you will come back on. You the legal head here. You will come back on. Vanilla Patrick, Mr. CEO, what say you, sir?
So on this issue of the Office of the Ombudsman making recommendations to the President to fire certain officials that you just mentioned. But I stand to be corrected, but the Office of the Ombudsman was prevented, from implementing Section 5.1 and Section 5.2. That this matter, instead of handling, it should be handled by the National Elections Commission or the Supreme Court of Liberia. I don't know whether this issue of accusing public official of conflict of interest fell in line with Section 5.1 and 5.2 of the Code of Conduct. Another thing I'm curious to know, I don't know, because the Code of Conduct states clearly that the Office of the Ombudsman can only proceed when there is a formal complaint. And what I heard over a period of time was those individuals that were accused, they said the Office of the Ombudsman have no right or jurisdiction in whatsoever to go after them because there's no complaint. And this matter went to court, and the Supreme Court ruled that the Office of the Ombudsman can only act when there is a formal complaint filed against public officials. I don't know who are those individuals that file complaint about conflict of interest, but I want to agree with Fubi, CEO. This whole Code of Conduct from day 1, 2014, it was only meant for the executive. And under our Constitution, it says clearly that discrimination should never be found in any part of our society. For example, the people who make the law, they say one should resign 2 years prior to election. The legislature, the 3 branches of government, they receive national budget, the same cake. They all eat from there. The national legislature, they go ahead to perform the functions of the executive. They appropriate $150,000 to a senator for legislative project, $100,000 to lawmaker representative for legislative project. I don't know where, like only in my country, I see legislators are implementing projects. Even though they passed the 2018 Act, the Local Government Act, that gave the people the authority to decide what kind of projects they want, and the money should be appropriated. But this time around, lawmakers have their own projects. Senators have their own projects because the title, they say legislative projects. So they decide what kind of contractor will come to build school or not. In most instances, these projects are now audited. So they make the law and says, people in the executive, before you run for public office, you resign 2 years. They don't want you to have access to government vehicles, government money, government morale. But at the same time, the very government, they say you should not have access to government vehicles or whatsoever. They also, after 3 years, they buy their new cars. They get good money. So this law is discriminatory. They don't resign 2 years to election. They don't. But only people in the executive, and the judicial branch of government.
Yeah,
The
but bro, I
only
think you need to
anyone
end now for the
involved-
next man to talk.
No, you are not a CEO right now. I am the
No, but you
acting
cannot
CEO.
just keep talking now.
No,
You
you
need
just
to
come
end for the
in,
next
my
man
man.
to
You
talk.
just come in.
Are they see me what talking now?
Yeah,
Are they see me what talking? You know, I'm going fighting.
Speaking on your behalf. You came
Fadela
here
Padre,
right
10
But Vicky,
seconds.
as I was saying, my man, the CEO, come in, please respect me.
Yeah, but you gotta end so other person can talk at least.
Hey, my
10
man, stop
seconds,
now.
10
Are
seconds.
you a problem, man? Are you a problem, man? Let that for you.
Why your
10
problem?
seconds.
I will not end. I will have to come.
Phoebe, if you see
No.
talking
I say
over
you can't disturb the show.
Isaac,
You know, you are an honorable man. You have to
from
follow
the
the
show.
law.
Isaac, from the show, the way you see my position, you see me, you know, I see your position now, so I'm the moderator. So I get it, man, 10 seconds.
Whenever you see moderator, because I always say I don't let the moderate. But I can
Yeah,
come
that's true.
up here.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But so
my
what?
man,
What does it mean?
My man, you see, you just validated
What
what
does it mean?
CEO. If I
That
knew I
boy
wouldn't have
governor
defended
yet?
you guys. You came here
That
very
corporation
quiet,
running here?
but now
Go
you
ahead,
want to
go
be
ahead.
completely different. So as I was saying, this law, this code of conduct is going to be very difficult to be implemented because it's discriminatory in nature. It protects the first branch of government, senator, representatives, they don't resign 2 years to election. Their argument was the people in the executive will have plenty of money. If they go wrong, it will be at their disadvantage. But at the same time, they implementing legislative projects, which is a form of executive function. They buy them cars after every 3 years in the tune of $45,000. Some assistant minister, deputy minister don't rack out of that nature. They don't resign 2 years to election, but they still benefit from the same national budget. Why should they make themselves different from the other people?
Thank you,
This
VP.
law will be very difficult to implement. But as it stands, I think the Office of the Ombudsman was prevented from implementing Section 5.1 and Section 5.2 in 2017. That responsibility is left with the Supreme Court and the National Elections Commission. If there
Thank you,
are any
VP.
violations.
Thank you. So what do you think? The president should honor it? That's the question.
Well, in my mind, the president should not honor this.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Paul, let's hear you.
Stanton, this president came to power on the mantra of transparency. In fact, he was very, very instrumental he was very, very focused on having the ombudsman functional. As a part of his mandate, he thought that the ombudsman functionality will actually help to bring into bear accountability and transparency. As such, if this same ombudsman comes out and make a recommendation to the president, after all of their investigations and whatsoever that was cited in that document, and the president seeks advice from his school of advisors and comes back to decide not to honor the ombudsman's recommendation, I think the president will be trying to undermine himself and his principle of transparency. Is the ombudsman doing the right thing within the Constitution? Are they operating within their functions? I heard the councillor say yes. So if the ombudsman is a part of our Constitution, and if they are fully executing their function and power acts given them, then I think it's incumbent upon the president to adhere to them, or should have decided not to have an ombudsman operational within his time. But there are several missteps in some of our laws. And as a president of a country, I think you have the power to ask for a review of the law. If there are certain components of the law that you don't feel are in the interest of the people, you could recommend, and the councillor here could correct me if I'm wrong, for a review of the law to say, listen, there are certain portions of the laws that we really don't think are in the interest of the people, and because of that, I'm asking, just as the legislature can suggest to him, the president can also suggest to the legislature to have certain things reviewed. But if they do not do that and allow the law to be the law and sit there and the law take its course, and then for the president to execute the actions that the law has taken and deliberately decide not to do it, that's a violation of the law in itself. You know? So I think that this thing there's no way around it. If the recommendations are made, it's going to be incumbent upon the president to decide to adhere to them in the good faith of his transparency and his mantle of accountability that he spoke of highly. Failure to do that, though, then it's going to lead us to think, you know what, all of these institutions were just put in place as a way to malign the Liberian people for power. That would be my own conclusion if the president does not take action on these recommendations. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Thanks. Let's bring in Ashley, though. Ashley, I know you'll go back on the other issue, but this ombudsman issue is very important. Let's hear you.
Yeah, well, nothing much to go back on the CDC issue. We all know every party goes through a form of rebranding, and there's always a difficult time. We don't get worried about what happens to the CDC. The CDC has always been a party and will always be a party. The CDC can never be broken. Never, ever, never, no matter what happens. So that is not important. Let's go to the issue of the ombudsman. So I listened to our friends talk. My brother Vadala Patrick, the Unity Party, New Partisan, Obi Herring. And the reason why I was just looking, without saying anything, just looking at everyone, I was like communicating with myself. They said that our friends on the show are asking the president to have an option on implementing the law, or they are asking him to again disrespect the law. Maybe you want to go back and ask yourself, why did the United Party fail in the rule of law during the last MCC scorecard period? But I will read you a few things here, just two. JMB for Liberia, April 5, 2024. The code of conduct will be enforced as President Barker has appointed an ombudsman, a record to be achieved. At long last, Elder Barker appoints members to the office of the Ombudsman. United Party partisans were celebrating the appointment of the ombudsman. Why? Why did President Barker appoint ombudsman? When they posted on e-mansion, it got nearly 2,000 likes. It means United Party people were happy, they were dancing, they were joyous. In their mind, President Barker was serious to fight bad governance. In their mind, he was serious to fight corruption. In their mind, he was a great deal. So all that celebration now finished. This is the time for work. You know, we have always said, if talking could build a country like Liberia, who have been the best country on earth, but we're talking about action now. Now, this is a test. We will wait and hold on to see if President Barker got 1% of the political will to fight corruption, bad governance. The ombudsman did not ask President Barker for the opinion. He said, according to the law, you appointed me, you celebrated my appointment, take this action. Shouldn't we be encouraging the president to respect the law? Shouldn't we be telling the president that when you appointed this man, you celebrated it as an achievement? How now it has come to the point to implement? And then people asking he should be dismissed? I mean, what kind of country have we turned into? So it only means that this government believes they will keep running a country on lies and propaganda. So they didn't really intend to appoint ombudsman for ombudsman to actually do his job. They only did it for the sake of public opinion and reaction, and that was it. The partisans were on Facebook jubilating, they were dancing, they were happy. For what? Oh, he is just there to take salary and then that's it. They may even win and question the ability of President Wakai to make decisions. He sent the NPA director to go to school. He said NPA men should go register at LIPA to study administration because he was clueless. I didn't say it. He said it. But President Wakai told us that they were doing vetting to appoint the best people in government. So, my dear people, when do we be serious for our country? When do we be truthful? Why did President Wakai appoint this man? Why? To sit in an office for AC to blow him and then he goes home and sleep? The man has done a job. Some of them were even saying it was the first time an ombudsman was appointed in Liberia history, although that was a lie, but let's forget about it. They were celebrating this appointment. Weren't they celebrating this appointment for a reason? What was that reason? For him to eat kobo and eat dry rice, that the reason they were celebrating him? So what did we expect him to do? To call President Baga and say, President Baga, you think they respect the code of conduct? No, okay, no, boss man. Is that what? On people, we need to come to a point where we are serious. You know the reason why this government keeps suffering? The government keeps suffering because they believe they can keep lying. And like we always say, the time will come. Recently, we saw them celebrating on Facebook about MCC money, right? The time will come. Unless this government understands that they are in government, that you cannot lie to govern despite you lie to win. We will always come back to this. Yes, Phoebe. Whatever Phoebe defending, nobody can really interpret whatever Phoebe saying. The ombudsman to do a piece of job, and the man is doing his job. This is where now we want to see if President Wakai got 1% courage to fight corruption.
So let's hear from Tamba. We'll do another round on this. Thank you very much, Isaac. Before Tamba, let's just hear from you, then we'll put the list up. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, CEO, and good evening to my colleagues, fellow panelists, and good evening, and to our followers in Radio Land. I'm sorry that I'm late today. I have to push cartoons, of course, to make the dream work. Not literally, of course, but the Labrampo always say that people in the diaspora push cartoons. But the issue of the ombudsman, first of all, it is good that you brought this up, Stanton. And I've always said you have to, and this is where, and I'm going to use the word again, this is where context matters. What is the role of the ombudsman? We have to go to that. I know the ombudsman, a law was passed, I think during Madam Salif time, and I'll stand to be corrected, but it was operationalized during the presidency of President Joseph Nyuma. And correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't have all of my facts in front of me. I'm speaking from memory. But what is the role of an ombudsman? Stanton, the role of an ombudsman is to investigate and help resolve complaints against officials of government. Sometimes it can be organization, right? Or sometimes even to serve as a mediator and provide recommendation to the President of the Republic of Liberia to make a decision. So it's easy to say, where is the law? Let's implement. Yes, let's implement. And I've always said, we don't like laws in Liberia, we like implementation. When the ombudsman makes recommendation, Stanton, the onus is now on the president. The responsibility now lies on the president to review individually the allegations and against the individuals that have been accused, the gravity of those allegations, and then make decision based on those recommendations and based on the allegation and based on the findings. It is in the purview of the president to make the decision based on his recommendation. It is not a blanket law that say, well, when the ombudsman comes with recommendation and say fire 12 person, you fire 12 person. That is where it is the discretion of the presidency to make those final decision. And let me just land on this sentence so we can continue the show. I'm not saying that the president should overlook the recommendation of the ombudsman's office or the ombudsman himself. But what I would recommend is that the president should look at each individual allegations against the people who have been accused, the allegation, and make the determination based on those individual persons and individual allegations. It is not a blanket statement. And I may have missed a little bit. I know VP, good to see you, my brother. And VP, your camera is better, my man. You know, I can see your kissy beauty to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother.
I will laugh for now. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want us to push this real quick, though. Can I consider? Let me put this up. People are saying, well, the president, let's put the names up first. These are some of the names, right? There you have it. Let's start from the beginning here. The defendant in these proceedings are Honorable Emmanuel Tule. All right, Emmanuel Tule is the board chair, Labrador Electricity Corporation. The Ombudsman won him out. Honorable Cooper Crown, Minister of Labor, they won him out. He's from MDR. So the list comprises of MDR and Unity Party. Lucia Marcelli Yala, Environmental Protection Agency. Emmanuel Zor, Minister of Labor. J. Luther Tape, Board Chair, National Port Authority. Amos Tue, MD, LPRC. The daughter of Councilor Cooper Crowd, or Colonel Crowd Toba, Minister of State. Rowe Bryant, Superintendent, Mosarano County. Emmanuel Farr, National Fire Service. We move on, Ambassador Sheikh Mustafa Koite, Minister of State. Ben Fufana, Commissioner, LTA. Patient Randall, Director General, Liberal Business Registry. Edmund Ford, National Transit Authority. Mervyn Cephas, National Transit Authority. Lucia Tappet, Development Superintendent, Mosarano County. Robert Bestman, Pennsville City Mayor. James Yoli, Ministry of Internal Affairs. Collins Tamba, Minister of Youth and Sport. Selena Mape, Ministry of Internal Affairs. Kasumlezin Kaswa, Member of Board, Liberia Special Economic Zone. Kuku Dobo, Liberia Special Economic Zone Authority. Jacob Smith, Liberia Refinery Company. Daniel Sando, Ministry of Information. This is the Deputy Minister. Ansu V.S. Dole, National Disaster Management Authority. Mandela Cooper, Senior Political to the President, Ministry of State. That's what it says. It means political advisor to the President. Honorable Kevin DJ Matadi, Minister of Commerce. Consider, people are referring us, right? And this is fair. To this post on the Madam Salif Town, right? Liberal Foreign Minister resigned with eyes on 2017 election. He stepped down. This is the finance minister today, Gafwan. He stepped down because he never wanted conflict. It is there. And if we go through the names, some prominent names. If the president doesn't act, like I asked the question before, how bad is this for the government? Can the president just take the bullet and say, you know what, I will take it? But what was the reason first the president established the office of the ombudsman? Councilor, we want to play something here. What was the main reason? Why did the president agree? The Fubi said, well, don't act. Regroup said, don't act. So if the president said, I will listen to Fubi and regroup, why the president even brought back the office of the ombudsman, Councilor Good?
So, Stanton, that's what I said. If the president is supposed to act, he should act alone. Because he listens to advisors, forget it, he won't act. And he will be undermining his own government. He'll be going against his own wishes. And that's just it. I know Fubi talk about the law being bad. Yeah, The law can be bad, but a law is a law until it is changed. Well, it is a law. I don't know how bad it is, but the Supreme Court ruled that law is not bad. The Supreme Court said the Code of Conduct is constitutional. They were clear in the Mappy Paulson case, and they reiterated that in the Harrison Conway's case. The only reason why Harrison Conway was not barred from running was because Harrison Conway resigned, and the Supreme Court said his action was not egregious, even though disbarment was not part of the penalties. But the Supreme Court said, from all reason, the person could be disbarred from running, and that was in the purview of the Elections Commission to decide on the gravity of the offense against the Code of Conduct. So the Code of Conduct is constitutional. This court has ruled, the highest court has ruled on it. So it's not a bad law. Once the court ruled on the rule of a bad law, the court will strike it down. So the Code of Conduct is a good law. So the president is on an obligation to honor the Code of Conduct. That's it. Because the only institution that has the authority to determine whether the law is bad or whether the law is good is the Supreme Court. Supreme Court rule and say, yes, the intent of the framers of the law was good, that people in public offices at that level should not have undue influence in the election process. So they should step aside for a period of time. In fact, the amendment reduced it from 2 years to 1 year. And that's the reason why you could not have held many public officials in the 2023 elections because of the amendment. Because the amendment was like, I think, either 10 or 11 months to the election. So it was not 1 year. So that's why you could not hold anybody on that amendment. Now you can hold people. So for me, how the president, I will even listen to what people we talking. I would take action. I will take action. I know it's difficult. It's a tough decision, but that will show how strong you are as a leader and how prepared you are to change this country. Because that's the kind of a decision we need to send a message that the country is on a right path when it comes to respecting the rule of law. So I think the president is on an obligation. The law is constitutional. If they have any challenge, they know what to do to challenge it. But knowing that the positions that we're talking about are all positions, the presidential appointment, president has, they serve at his pleasure, he can take the action. And I think we'll be on the right path. I know some of our friends are there. But
yeah, but thank you though. So 26 names. 26 names. I want to go back to you, Paul Kennedy. I will come back to the rest of Paul. If the president doesn't act, Paul, whether we like it, we don't like it as a law of the land, the code of conduct must be respected. For this reason, the president brought in the office of the Ombudsman. The president bring in Family Kanga. He doesn't have to go and say, Mr. President, you approve of this before he make the announcement. It is within that office he got to be by the law, with the law. And now he's saying he's making his recommendation. We heard before that these guys then actually, they were warned, they were spoken to, but guess what happened? They gave a deaf ear. I can announce to you that signature is going around now. The signature is headed by NDR, Councilor Cooper Crowd. They are going to the Supreme Court. Right now, I can say to you, they're taking signature to go to the Supreme Court to challenge this. Councilor Cooper Crowd is leading the charge to do so. What kind of embarrassment is this, though? I did now put in the president's situation that he would not be able to handle Paul Kennedy.
You see, you asked a very good question, but it comes back to the president. And I like what my brother Agela Thomas said, that this is going to be at the discretion of the president. But one thing he left out was in accordance with the laws. Because, in contract adjudication, they also have the Ombudsman. and they have similar roles and responsibilities. Make sure they probe into matter to bring, conflict to resolution. It's not in every case that when the ombudsman acts, his recommendation should be to fire. So in this case, when the national ombudsman speaks, he gives a recommendation. In some places, you even consult with the president before you make a public recommendation. I don't know how it goes around in Liberia, but if this law is saying that this ombudsman can make a public recommendation, it will be upon the president to review the recommendation. Because if there are laws binding the president's action and the president refuses to act, that will reflect on international collection. You see, under the Millennium Challenge Compact, let me bring you back to that. Ruling justly, under ruling justly, you have government effectiveness and rule of laws. So when you put an accountable entity in place to make sure that that entity becomes an oversight on the democratic accountability process, and that entity recommends and you undermine that recommendation, you will be falling against the part that that of the ruling justly under rule of laws, which the government feel already intruded on the file. They didn't do well on a rule of law. Two of the major areas there: government effectiveness and ruling justly. So it will be only upon the president to listen to the very entity he put in place. And I agree with Isaac Doe that it is this president who came and said, you know what, I will make sure that the ombudsman is effective and erected and put in place to do their work. Now they start doing their work and you don't listen to them, it becomes a conflict, even more conflict of interest for the president. So the president is in a spot where he has to make a decision, or else, the international community will be looking at him as somebody who is putting things in place only to cajole them. Thank you.
Well, you use the word cajole. I mean, I just thought I alone can use those slang, but
you don't know cajole when you put something in place, you just want to.
I know. We'll get to it. Because this is, people are saying they are surprised of Fubi, and the president that served as president of the Senate at the time when this law came to being. Fubi saying the president should ignore it. I mean, Fubi one of the things he's saying, but can the president really turn his back on this and then preach rule of law moving forward? How will he say this? Vandana Patrick.
Yeah, so let us be very clear here. The office of the ombudsman has no authority to enforce. It's to recommend. If you define in the rule of law, recommendation is a suggestion. It's not binding on the president to accept. Period. So I hope you get that clear. It's to suggest. Recommendation is a suggestion as to whether something is good now or not. It's not a constitutional mandate. A president should do it as you are presenting it. It's a suggestion. Recommendation is a suggestion.
We know this is recommendation. No, give me 10 seconds. No, I know you're in fact.
Don't give another Padre chance. We're talking law here. Another Padre law. We're talking here now.
We're talking law too.
VB,
just start everything here.
VB, you make a good point, but give us a chance now to ask you. These are recommendations. We agree, right? We are not saying it's not. So don't take us back to it. The president now is in front of him. Let's talk about the document in front of the president.
So I was just laying the basis. Let me.
No, you always get this different layout to confuse people.
I'm a public sector administrator. I'm not a legal scholar. We have a legal scholar here. But let me take you back to something. If you read Article 2 of our Constitution, let me read it for the audience. This Constitution is the supreme and fundamental law of Liberia, and its provision shall have binding force and effect on all authorities and persons throughout the Republic. The last paragraph. Any laws, treaties, statutes, decrees, custom, and regulation found to be inconsistent with it shall, to the extent of inconsistency, be void and of no legal effect. The Ombudsman is saying these people violated the law. Section 5.1 of the Code of Conduct and Section 5.2, they need to resign 2 years to election, they should not canvass. I take you to Article 11C. Article 11C of the Liberian Constitution.
Maybe get 10 seconds, we gotta go, my man. Don't read the entire Constitution.
No, I don't talk without legal backing.
I understand. But I said we gotta go now. Close up.
Oh, yeah, if you want to go, then don't allow me to talk.
Yeah, but your time running up.
This is a legal matter. If you're listening, but now I've completed.
So go ahead and Vivi, finish up, man.
Article 11C gave all Liberians the equal protection under the law. As it stands, this law only tackles people from the executives, which is unconstitutional. You tell somebody you must resign 2 years, 1 year to election, they have the right, in line with Article 18, to equal opportunity for work, regardless of their political affiliation. So see, one thing you need to understand, and the office of the Ombudsman needed to understand this clearly. The law gave us the right for equal protection. But the guys at the House of Representatives said, these other people, they should have limitation in the exercise of their political affiliation and political franchise, while they should enjoy it consistently leading to election. The Constitution is saying it's unjust.
And the Supreme Court said the law is good.
The Code of Conduct is there. The Code of Conduct is there. Article 2 neutralize this whole thing.
Thank you very much, VP.
Stanton, let me be clear.
No, you spoke
the Supreme Court, no, let me be clear on this one.
I beg you, keep your note. I beg you. They allow everybody to speak. I beg you, my man. We're getting close to the time. VP, thank you very much.
See, this thing is not about being sentimental. We should not present the recommendation as if the president is under authority to go by a recommendation is a suggestion. The crafter of the Code of Conduct knew that they have limitation, that the president should be the one to decide. And look at this constitutional provision.
Thank you, VP.
Under our law, we should enjoy the Constitution. One group of people enjoying the law, the other people they must not work. That's nonsense.
Thank you, VP. Thank you, VP. Thank you. Isaac, let me hear you before we go to Fubi. Let's hear you, Isaac. On the second round, Isaac. Isaac, you us?
Oh yeah, I thought it was Paul. I'm here.
No. Paul spoke. Let's hear you.
So, my people, what is the argument? What actually is the argument around this whole thing? So, okay, the president appointed an ombudsman, and he should get the president's consent to do his job. So, in short, the political will that the president didn't want to exist still exists. So why the president appointed someone? Okay, so in January of 2024, it was always the president's will to either dismiss someone or not dismiss someone for whatever reason. In 2025, it still remains the president's will to either dismiss someone or not dismiss someone for any reason. But then he brought the Ombudsman. Why? So why didn't the president continue with his will? I mean, what is the argument? Our thing is President Barker needs to actually regroup. Because as much as President Barker continues to govern based on public sentiment, he will always face embarrassment. The president doesn't care about fighting corruption or anything. He doesn't care. The president only wants his partisans to be dancing on Facebook on things that, of course, he doesn't care about. Okay. One, the president had no care, concern whatsoever about War Crimes Code. War Crimes Code will not go nowhere. He brought War Crimes Code anyways to make people dance. The president doesn't care about Ombudsman office. He knows he ain't going nowhere. He brought Ombudsman anyways, just to make people dance. Tomorrow the president will bring somebody about the weather. Though he didn't care about weather thing, Only you want make people dance. Oh yeah, the Papa man. You see what kind of a charade is this? And like last time I asked on the show, sorry, somebody was telling me when you really look at the operation of Yahoo boys, those Yahoo boys, they can make your head beat, they can get you all the Swiss charade, they scare, then you happy. Okay, we need to ask questions. I'm sure we need to ask questions, Paul. Paul, you must have heard about Yahoo boys. Yahoo boys can make you happy. But the thing that make you happy for will never come to pass. So why is the Papa doing that though? You appointed someone, although it still depends on you. Why did you appoint the person? Even if this man wasn't there, the person would have decided to or not to. The man is there, the person will still decide to or not to. Why appoint him? Why appoint him? And then there is some argument from my brother, Vandana Patrick. I'm not grabbing the argument. What exactly is the argument that, oh, no, the law said the man shouldn't come, but he should come, he should go, then he shouldn't come. What are you arguing about, bro? GSC is an independent body. The GSC does not need to go to the president asking what do you want us to recommend in this report. RAA does not need to go to the president. The Ombudsman himself does not need to go to the president. LACC does not need to. If all of these people would depend on what the president wants, then why appoint them? Why bring them? The president can still decide
thank
what he
you.
wants or not.
Thank you. Let me ask you a question. Let me
the president to see what he will do.
Vandana Patre is misrepresenting the law.
let me ask you a question.
No, I am not. I give
Let me ask you a question. VP Way, I beg you, VP Way. I beg you guys, please don't call Vanilla name on the show. I beg you that only when you got to speak. Yeah. Oh, I say let's go back to this thing though. I know you're opposition, but let's be objective, right? And I put this thing up, folks. Gafwan, the current finance minister, stepped aside. 2017. We didn't hear any noise. What is going on here? Everybody celebrate President Barker. And I can read what even Martin Cordy, my own brother, said. Martin Cordy said, this is what he said. President Joseph Barker has fulfilled a major promise. The appointment of the Ombudsman, the first president to do this. Congratulations to Ombudsman Councillor Fentley Kanga. The Ombudsman is responsible to enforce the code of conduct. And that brother have over 1,000 comments. Everybody clap. My fellow Liberian, why the president appointed the Ombudsman? Why? Why they can? I beg you, I know everybody will speak, but why did President Barker so proud to bring in the Ombudsman? The recommendation is in front of the president. Wait. Tell me why the president brought in the Ombudsman. Why? The office. You say, you know what, this is a good thing. Don't bring it. Why? Tell me. Real quick. And everybody will answer the question. I know you will speak, Tama, but yeah, answer me real quick in 10 seconds. Why you think the president brought in the Ombudsman? He appointed the Ombudsman. Why?
Stanton, quickly, I know you know the way running the show, but I think it is important to have an ombudsman in the government, given the society we've come from, with the legacy of corruption and mismanagement in government. The ombudsman is there to help the fight against corruption and mismanagement in government, and to highlight those people who are going against the law as per the code of conduct and recommend actions to the president. I think that's why it is important to have an ombudsman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother. I beg you consider the same thing. Just stick to it because we got it wrong. Why do you think the president appointed the ombudsman?
Yeah, I mean for check and balance in the executive, it's part of the check and balance system in the executive, to hold members of the executive accountable to the code of conduct. That's why Article 90C of the Constitution gave the legislature the authority to pass the code of conduct. And before I close, Father Patrick read
No. Just see what the question will come to you. Respond to VP. I beg you, my brother. I beg you. Fubi, I know you have not spoken yet, but Fubi, why?
No, it's the president's prerogative to appoint who he wants to appoint and why he wants to appoint them. So I will not. So I will leave it at that.
But you don't know why the president appointed the ombudsman. We all know that's his prerogative. But what's important? Why he's involved in the government? Why the president took such a pride to do this?
No, like I said, it's a prerogative. So no, you have the right to do that, and the council said check and balance, and it's fair.
Okay, so Vendetta, you want to be short and just give us the answer why the president brought in the ombudsman?
It's constitutional because when the code of conduct was crafted, the only person that had the right to investigate violators of the code of conduct as a form of due process, the office of the ombudsman needed to be established. And so as a result of those who violated the code of conduct, that's why after President Walker took over, certain people were not just taken to court because they were being wrong. And in the absence of the office of the ombudsman, they could not have taken them directly to court. It was the office of the ombudsman that needed to investigate violators or violations of the code of conduct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. Paul, let's end with you. Why is this so important under this government?
To highlight transparency and accountability. I mean, there's a perception of corruption in Liberia. So this president was trying to set a whole new, periscope through which people will look at him to say, oh yeah, he is the man. You see, he has an ombudsman that is going to bring check to balance in accountability and transparency.
So let me read what Stephen Johnson said. You remember when the ombudsman, the Unity Party said, we'll go to court, we'll go to the Supreme Court. When this thing first started, this is what Stephen Johnson said. Today, we are pushing for the officials of the government of Liberia that are in government to resign one of two positions. That's what Stephen Johnson said. And he said, under CDC government, no one knew that the code of conduct existed, something that must be done. He said, nobody knew then. And it was true, because Jowiah didn't establish the office. Stephen Johnson said Janga Cole was a party executive for 6 years. Joseph Koji was also there for 6 years, and the list go on. Everybody was celebrating. They challenged the ombudsman. Here we are today. The man found within the law that these guys, members of Unity Party and MDR, they broke the law. They broke the law. Ministers, directors, deputy directors, people in the executive mansion, political advisor Mandela Cooper, and the man is bold enough to recommend to the president that you should let them go because they broke the law. Look at the names. Councillor Cooper Kra, Labor Minister, Emmanuel Ture, LDC, board chair, Luther Tape, the chairman of the Unity Party. Amos Tue, the Secretary General of the Unity Party. Cooper Kra daughter, Cornelia Kra, they all. You asked me to do a piece of job. I am recommending to you, let them go. I am asking you, I am recommending this office. They get Lami Pako. They get Councillor Family Kanga. You brought us here to do a piece of job. And our recommendation, having crossed all the T's and dot all the I's, let them go. You ask for a transparent government. You ask for a government that should be law about it. Let them go. We tired talking. Some they don't want to listen. They can come from MDR. They can come from the Unity Party. This is Liberia we are talking about. CDC didn't do it. The people voted them up. And I'm telling you, Mr. President, let's be law about it. Let's be constitutional about it. And allow the law to be the law. Our recommendation, Mr. President, let them go. This is a recommendation. And this is what we are talking about as a country. So we can go up, we can come down, we can cross the man cost, we can cross the park cost, we can do our own tabata, the Mefini way own. And guess what happened? He went to Mika. He looked back and he saw Daniel Sano sitting there. He said, my man, you broke the law. I remember this movie every Sunday afternoon, evening. We would take back and go watch and say, who broke the law? And there's a man in there, the doctor himself. They said Dr. Morris broke the law. And they beat him for him. And they asked him, the Ombudsman, who broke the law? Sunday at the movie, you guys remember? When we were picking? Sunday at the movie. Who broke the law? So when the Ombudsman told President Baka, you got some people in this government that are working for you, they broke the law. President Baka said, who broke the law? Cooper Craig broke the law. Emmanuel Tule broke the law. Lucia Masale Yara broke the law. Emmanuel Zor broke the law. Chairman on the board and chairman for the party himself, the Reverend J. Luther Tappe, broke the law. The Secretary General, Amos B12, LPRC MD, broke the law. Your own deputy minister at the Minister of State, Colonel Crab Toba, she broke the law. Wowe Bryan, superintendent in Mossorado County, broke the law. Emmanuel Fire, National Fire Service, broke the law. And the president said, that's what he said, no, we got 26. The ambassador at large, Sheikh Al-Mustafa Koite, the Minister of State, he broke the law. Ben Fofana, you just gave the man a job at LTA. Now he's ready. He went for confirmation. Ben Fofana broke the law. Patient Randall, Director General, Liberia Business Registry, broke the law. Emmanuel Ford, hey, my own family man, Emmanuel Ford, National Transit Authority, he broke the law. Honorable Marvin Cephas, National Transit Authority, broke the law. Lucia Tappe, Development Superintendent, Mossorado County, she broke the law. Robert Bestman, said Mayor Pinsville, you got to change him. He broke the law. President Bwaga said, ask the man, is that all? He said, no. James Yoli, Minister of Internal Affairs, broke the law. Collins Tamba, Minister of Youth and Sport, broke the law. Selena P. Mape, Minister of Internal Affairs, broke the law. Council Lazin B. Kaswa, member of the board, Liberia Special Economic Zone, broke the law. Councilor Kuku Wadaba, Liberia Special Economic Zone, broke the law. You can say code of conduct, you can say anything. They say who broke the law? They broke the law, Mr. President. They are not law about it. The Honorable Jacob Smith, Liberia Refinery Company, broke the law. The deputy minister sitting there, Daniel Sano, said the rep here, the man, Amika. The man look at Daniel Sano. The man said, Daniel Sano, you broke the law. You are not fit to be deputy minister, you must go. Ansu V.S. Doty, National Disaster Management, broke the law. Look at Madonna Cooper, the rescue auntie. Political advisor to the president, broke the law. Kevin DJ Matadia, Minister of Commerce, he broke the law. Let them go. So we're saying to all of you, Tama, we're coming to you. If the president failed to implement, right now, I can say this to you, right now, Councilor Cooper Crab took a flight to the Supreme Court. He's gathering signature, and they have gone to the Supreme Court to put a prohibition to this. So I want you to speak down. We'll ask for the legal side to this from Councilor Gu. Whether the president should wait for that, or whether that's just another game. Because he ran straight to the Supreme Court. He told everybody involved, he said, listen, you got to give me your signature. I'm going to the Supreme Court. and we got to go make our case. And maybe the Supreme Court can stop this. And people begin to clean their head. Seriously, people are scratching their head. 26? And you know Cooper Craft from MDR. There's 26 of them started signing. They thought I wasn't going to know. I know they start signing. They're signing, they're fixing the signature on an affidavit for prohibition or injunction into this. And they went to the Supreme Court. I want you to speak, then Councilor will interpret this prohibition and injunction. But talk to me, tell me who broke the law.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Look, as I said earlier, and I didn't say someone try to misinterpret what I said. It is not about the pleasure of the president. It's about discretion. And if you don't like the law, you change it. The presidency of Liberia is very powerful. The presidency of Liberia have so much strength and so much power. The ombudsman, while the ombudsman recommendation may not have any direct legal enforceability, they highlight and expose corruption in our society and mismanagement and abuse, right? So this is where I think it is a test for this president to review the allegation and the findings of the ombudsman. The ombudsman, the law in the ombudsman's act doesn't give the ombudsman, the legal right to take these people to court or forward them to LACC. The law says the ombudsman makes recommendation to the president. So for me, Stanton, I think this is a test of our presidency. This is a test for President Joseph Nyuma, because most of these people who are named in this report are Unity Party loyalists. Some of them came through the coalition, like Ms. Mandela Cooper, and some of them joined the coalition later on during the second round. So I think it is in the purview of the presidency to keenly review this recommendation and act. I think it would be good for our nation. It would be good to set an example of his government, given the fact that he, has put the issue of not only drugs, combating drugs, but corruption as priorities in his government. Look, this is going to be a test case. I don't think the people who are gathering signatures now, allegedly, to go to court, they are basically trying to anticipate what's going to happen to them. But it should let the president act, and the president should act swiftly and boldly. Look, let the chips fall where they may. And this is where sometimes when I speak on the show, people say sometimes I can be a little bit too harsh. When I praise, but when I'm against, I'm against. I think in this case, it's a test case. Let the president act, and should act boldly. But it is not about preferential treatment. It's about the law and applying the law.
Thank you very much, my dear brother, Tamba Agadas. Councilor Gu, let's talk about the legal aspect now. They are asking for prohibition and the injunction to this thing. Talk to us legally. I mean, they fly to the Supreme Court. They are running there like hell. 26 of them on an affidavit.
Yeah, but still, let me clarify first from the first one.
Right.
Yes. So Federal Patrick continued to say that the Code of Conduct is unconstitutional. It violates Article 2 of the Constitution and Article 11. That
18,
very Article
18 and 17.
Okay, that very Article 2 that you quoted one way, you quoted paragraph 1 to suit your argument. You forgot to quote paragraph 2, which says that the Supreme Court, pursuant to its power of judicial review, can declare any of such law that you talk about, unconstitutional, that is inconsistent with the Constitution. This very Supreme Court, in that very power, the very power the Supreme Court had to review the Code of Conduct, rule in the Mappy Paulson case and the Harrison Conway case, declaring the Code of Conduct to be constitutional. That means it's not in violation, it's not inconsistent with any provision of the Constitution. So it's constitutional. Let us not say one thing, then another panel they say another thing to the people to confuse them. When it comes to the constitutionality of the Code of Conduct, it's clear, it's settled, the Supreme Court have ruled on it. I will agree. I can say, Fubi can say a bar, yeah, that's the real word of you. Bar law, fine. But when the court rule, Because when the court rule on law, it means good, right? In the eyes of people, it can be bad, or the court could be influenced to rule on it. So, but in this case, it's constitutional, and that's it. Let's go to the issue. I don't know. For me, I don't know who the prohibition is going to be filed against, because this action has been taken, a recommendation has been made. I don't know who, if you file prohibition or whatever, who's going to, are you filing prohibition against the president to take an action to dismiss? Can you prohibit the president from exercising his constitutional authority? Those are issues. Well, you're not going to court yet, so we can talk about it a little bit. But those are the issues I think that will come up. This case, the president is the recommendation is to the president. Nobody says that the ombudsman has the authority to dismiss anybody. No, the law does not say so. The law lists the punishment therein, that when you violate the Constitution, what are the punishment contains therein. Then the next thing is that amongst those punishments will recommend to the president either for you to be dismissed, either for you to be, suspended, or whatever the case. In this case, they are calling for what? Dismissal. So they're recommending to the president for dismissal. So I don't know the prohibitions being filing. Whether I really don't know it. So let's see who, because for me, the ombudsman has recommended action to be taken by the president. It is within the president's authority to what? Appoint and dismiss, especially those officials that are named, that serve at his pleasure. So will you stop the president from, will the Supreme Court issue prohibition against the president or injunction against the president from taking action against people who, well, he doesn't even need investigation. Yeah, wake up one morning and say you fired. So I just don't know. So let's see what they will present before the court. Then we can take it from there. But the law is constitutional, and it needs to be enforced. And the president has the authority, his own obligation to enforce it. His own obligation to enforce it. He's not compelled to, or his own obligation by law, by the oath that he took.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Fubi, thank you. Fubi, let's hear you. Let's hear you. We're going to wind this thing down.
Yeah, so the third president of the United States of America, Thomas Jefferson, once said that if a law is unjust, a man is not only right to disobey it, he is obligated to do so. So when you have unjust laws, people are under obligation not to obey unjust laws. And the Supreme Court have been in error a lot of times. I see councilor here every day swearing people for Charlotte Musu's death. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of Gloria Musu's God. Every day he is swearing and saying God will send fire, go out for them, and judgment day will come, and blah, blah, blah. Because the Supreme Court, the guys that sit on the Supreme Court, they are not superhuman beings. They are subject to error. And the law can further be challenged.
But I respect the opinion of the court.
You are talking, I disturb you. I beg you. The law can further be challenged. Even if a Supreme Court rule once, people can also challenge it. Under Article 2, the Supreme Court has the right to nullify inconsistent laws. And but the president said it right. Our rights under Article 11 C or so. It to be treated fairly. So you can't have a bunch of lawmakers for selfish reasons pass a code of conduct that gave them high preference and put other people at a disadvantage point, and we'll all be clapping for them. Oh, that law. Yeah, we know that law. But if the law is unjust, we are under obligation not to obey unjust laws. And the president has the discretion to listen to the ombudsman, recommendation or not. And I will advise the president not to honor that, because the president has the right to he appoint people and they work at his will and pleasure. So the ombudsman can recommend.
So Fubi, brother Fubi, right? Or Dr. Sorry to say, brother, Dr. Fubi Harris. So my question is, if you advise him not to follow the recommendation, not to listen, to the councillor.
On this particular one, I'm advising the president not to.
Yeah, but listen. Why couldn't you advise not to even bring in the office of the ombudsman? Why you got to be selective? Now the office of the ombudsman comprises of everything. Why you would open the office, bring in Councillor Fenley, and tell you, say, on this one, don't listen to him, but listen to him on this one. Why would you have, I don't, people seem not to understand your argument. I mean, you cannot disagree with the fact, if the president know that he can manage it, close down the office, right? Why he should be selective in his recommendation, and you as his chief advisor from the ANC wing, you telling him, don't listen to him on this one, listen to him on that one. I mean, it's
the president got a lot of other advisors, and not all the advisors gave him, he will obey. He will take. He will listen to some of them. He can filter through the advice and choose which one to implement, which not to implement. But the advisors there to give recommendations, that's fair. And because say if only one person thinking, then sometimes you need other people to give you their own input. But on this one, that law, that code of conduct on the whole issue of banning people from canvassing because they hold political offices is against their fundamental human right as per the Constitution. And it can further be challenged in the court. So
did you tell those guys that were beating on CDC people, even Stephen Johnson in our own chat room, you're part of the chat room, you didn't stop Stephen Johnson, you didn't beat on him. Mo Ali, all of them were saying, well, CDC used to do it. You didn't do anything, you're in the chat room. But you're on the national TV now saying the president shouldn't listen. If they didn't criticize CDC. No, but the guys that you're part of criticize CDC. I saw you. I didn't criticize CDC. You didn't chastise them though.
No, I don't chastise them.
Oh, okay.
They're free to say what they want to say. I'm saying my own perspective. And I think I didn't criticize CDC. I didn't criticize when I criticize Boga or UP. And I'm saying you shouldn't obey that. We should challenge that law and scrap it from that whole code of conduct. It shouldn't be there.
Thank you. But for now, it's there. The president should be law about it. Now, right now, if we want to scrap it off, fine. I agree with you. But right now, that's the law. The president served under Madam Sadi for 12 years. He got a copy of this law. He signed on it as president of the Senate. Yes. And guess what happened? He saw it. He thought it was necessary. He brought it back on his government. The recommendation is on the president big black decks. So therefore, the president should tell the Liberian people, you get two things. I'm going to listen to the ombudsman or I will not listen. And then the Liberian people will say, okay, you are transparent or you are not. Imagine MCC 2025. We failed 2024 to 2025 on rule of law. And that's the same thing about to happen. And the big one came for the recommendation. You telling the president not to. People say, Mr. President, and you're right, Councilor. These guys want to go tell the president, Mr. President, lead that thing. Don't worry with those people. But what's the problem here, though? Why can't these guys just step down from the position within the party? If you know that it's a problem, why can't you just step down? But can I say something? I asked it before you come in. I know I won't say this to just bring up some confusion. Yeah, if they are blaming them, right? So the whole code of conduct thing. Let me do the devil advocate now. It's only restricted to folks the president appointed, but
yes, it is.
Yeah, I know. The executive, I know, right? But not the Supreme Court, not the legislator, and not the vice president or president himself. Because the vice president was campaigning for Koga. So the vice president clear. So anybody that Joseph Human Burger appoint, that person go out there, that person in trouble. Listen, Joseph Burger accepted this law. He agreed to it. He opened the office of the ombudsman. He got to be law about it. Or the question will be asked on that Sunday evening movie, who broke the law? And probably the Liberian people say Joseph Burger himself broke the law. Asido, let's start to close the show. Minister
Joseph
Boakai.
Boakai was elected.
Right. Since we are closing the show,
No,
let me
I'm saying if Joseph Boakai failed to act as per the recommendation of the Ombudsman, Paul Kennedy, then people would probably blame Joseph Boakai for that. That's what I'm saying. I said though.
Since we are closing the show already, let me just start up on this point. Today, we heard about a tragic incident that occurred in Ghana, where newly appointed ministers and other government officials passed away as one family in the same region, knowing the history of Liberia and Ghana and the amount of things Ghana has done for us, including hosting people from Liberia.
I just say that, Joe. We are not saying condolence. Why do you want to say you wasting my time here, man? Just say, Joe, we are saying condolence. No, man. You are not CDC here. For that, start.
You
are not CDC. For that, they make up the one thing that people sharing already. Joe, we are saying condolence to the people of Ghana. So all the things what you can say.
So these are important. There are not things we just come in. Regional politics comes with sympathy. It's actually important.
I'm going to tell you about that thing. The only thing you ever yet to know that Joe, we are saying is condolence to the people of Ghana.
As he's always done, so far-sighted, and that to have stand on these are important issues.
Oh my God, I gotta laugh, man.
You're interrupting me. President Weah has actually extended to the people of Ghana his condolences, and of course, he's speaking for all of us. It is good to have such a far-sighted leader that goes beyond the scope of Liberia and try to, blend this friendship with our friends outside of it. So, President Weah, I just want to say thank you for always taking the lead on these things. At least the Ghanaians will say someone from Liberia told us sorry during the time we have this issue. It's a good thing for us. I just wanted to put it there now. On the issue of the Ombudsman, I told
you already. I want to know what that will say.
On the issue, it's a good thing, my man. President Weah has always led the charge in these international things. Every time
let me ask it for a second. I said, wait. I said, give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. Okay. This is CDC, right, guys? Forgive me if I say this. They be watching for every bad thing that happened within the region for Joe Weah to be the first to send condolences, right? They be, no, seriously. They gotta get me waiting, right? CDC. CDC, guys. Everybody, all of them say that pen and people are waiting. So now something happened in Nigeria. Joe, did you write? Yeah, did you say Uncle? Yeah, do it fast before Boakai do it. I mean, this is not the race to the swift. This is not the battle to the end. No, that's not it. Whether President Boakai the last or Joe Weah the first, that's fine. The letter that Joe Weah sent, that former president letter in his office as former president, on behalf of the people of Liberia, President Joseph Yema Boakai will, at the appointed time, through the diplomatic channel, send his condolences representing the people of Liberia. This is not competition. So you want to come here to use your time and say, we finished sending our letter, or you see, Liberian people, you see, we the first. The first, second thing we're doing here. I remember I told you up and finish your time.
So again, President Weah, you are always a visionary leader. Thank you for taking the lead. Of course, Stanton, you said it right. President Weah isn't in competition with anyone. Good. He will always do what he's done and what he will always do. So he is a person in his own league. Of course, he's different from anyone. And we should always be proud that at least we have someone who can think fast. Let me go on and what I wanted to say. So, my people.
But why
today, not this could be not take me off the show. And today, my people, the president released what he calls a plan to fight drugs. I'm not sure if you guys talk about it. You are not hearing anyone criticize the president. 2 years from now, we'll be asking him what happened. Then you will hear our brothers coming, he spoke in contest Today, he is not speaking in no contest at all. So these are some of the things that we always speak about. President Boakai has been president for 2 years now, almost. The people came together and said they want to protest on tomorrow, raising awareness on the issue of drugs. President Boakai remembered that, oh, you know, our president was supposed to get drugs policy, so let me release it today. He had not remembered from January 2024. He just remembered today that he's president and he should be the one taking the charge. Who here now can agree that the president is serious about anything he does? Stanton, I'll send you a clip. I wish you can play it. During the president's first State of the Nation address, he said the issue of drugs was a national emergency and he constituted a team to tackle that issue. The president didn't bring any report of what they have accomplished from 2014 to 2024, rather. Today, the president just remembered that he needed to put out a plan for combating drugs just because the people said tomorrow they come and shoot the march. It only tells you that these things will not work because you don't plan for it. You just want to show, let you doing something. To end on the Ombudsman, my people, somebody said the Ombudsman is supposed to be making recommendation to the president. Let's not disagree with it. But the job of the Ombudsman is to enforce the code of conduct. So are we saying the president appointed someone to the office of the War Crimes Court? If the person came tomorrow and say, you know what, we are sending butt naked to court, then it would depend on the president to agree, say, no, let's say him first before we say him second. The Ombudsman should be enforcing. Even if we want to make recommendation, the recommendation it should be in line with the law. So I have no idea on how someone will say the president should be there, work at the will and pleasure of the president. Oh, yes, all of these people do. And that's why we keep asking the same question. Just the same way how the president brought on something he called drugs policy from nowhere, only because people protesting tomorrow. That's the same way he did the Ombudsman thing. No well thought of plan. The people clueless. They don't go in the corner and sit and debate issues to come up with real policies, but they will just want to get public sentiment. So you come out and do something. You constituted a committee that you said from 2024 will be fighting the issue of drugs. Up to today, no hair, no tail on that committee. Nothing they've done. We don't hear nothing from them. But then you came up to something else, and now we're talking about Ombudsman. They should not be at the will and pleasure of the president. They say Ombudsman enforce the code of conduct. The Ombudsman said this should be the penalty for XYZ. It should be bounded on the president to ensure he respects the law. If the president respects the law, he will absolutely do what the law says. And what the law says is the Ombudsman should do a work, and the Ombudsman told the president, Mr. President, you gave me a job. Because of the job you gave me, this is the penalty for XYZ. It should be his discretion. Of course, you will see some United Party people all around this place talking what someone was talking. Like my brother, you know, I don't say something, but don't just pass away. But yeah, no, that is still. But you being told the president is not doing good to himself. If the president keep taking this decision only for the issue of public sentiment, the president will always fall in big hole. Today, the president made mockery out of issues that should be of national concern, the issue of drugs. Only because the people protesting tomorrow, so the president decided to put something out that he didn't even think about. Right now, you call the president to ask him why he's saying that thing you don't know. You can't be doing it. You can't be
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys.
Yahoo boss attitude, it can be coming all around, you know.
Okay, so I said, let's go to VP. VP, you want to close in 2 minutes?
Where I took the Yahoo board thing from again.
No, I'm not going to say
tell me about Yahoo board a few times. I said, but wait, that way Yahoo board can operate. So
I'm not going to talk about the Yahoo boy yet tonight. As I said, a Yahoo boy.
But see,
let me close, member. I beg you, man.
No, I'm on now. Please, Council, you will come, please.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, guys.
For me, and I want to say this, for the fact that the national legislature would make law, I think this is the only law it affects the executive and the judiciary. The other people, no, they are exempted. Anything they do when it comes to code of conduct, they have nothing to do. Well, you be the judge. I don't know where in any part of the world where a code of conduct only affects 2 branches of government. This is why people look at how they say we're crazy in this country. Very crazy. You make the law. You said the law will now hold you accountable. It will only be directed at 2 branches of government. Well, that's it. But look, one thing that is essential when the matter goes to court, we'll come back here again, we'll debate. The Constitution is the supreme instrument. It gave us the right to politically associate and disassociate. I can be a presidential appointee, even though I come from a political party. That does not suggest a violation. Only if I have the intent and desire to contest a political office, then I have to resign 2 years to election. The big question for us here now, all those names that are listed, have they expressed their desire or intent to run in political elections 2029? I remember when this matter came with Harrison Conway, the National Election Commission disqualified him. The matter went to court, and the Supreme Court ruled that though there was a violation, but it was not intentional, there was substantial compliance. At the time of his speaking by Councillor Bromskin, peace be to his ashes, he never had a thought and desire that he would be a running mate. As such, he could not resign as managing director of the FDA. That same method will apply. Those individuals you listed them, they should resign because they are holding political position. It is their constitutional right under our law. Article 17, Article 18 gave them the right to politically associate and to maintain political identity under our constitution. Not because they are appointed. They can only lose that political identity if they express desire to run for political office. They need to forget. At this time, nobody knows as to whether they have expressed that desire to contest or not. Nobody sees that. For those who canvassed and they were caught in the act of canvassing, it's in violation with this code of conduct, and it's clear that they have to prove it beyond reasonable doubt. So I'm happy that these people are going to court to challenge the decision. But for me, I don't want to be in the future where I get appointed to political office and somebody say, I'm going to disown my political institution. It is my right to have a political identity. If the people felt that we will not have political identity, there was no need for it to be enshrined. But again, this is Liberia. I hope that this matter will be studied by the president as it stands. The president must not efface his signature on anything that has to do with dismissal of these individuals. It's a violation of their right, including the president himself. He has the right to maintain political identity. He cannot be enjoying political identity. Then the very people who work in the government, then they cannot. Only when they have to shift from one point to another, then they have to leave their position. Again, this law, it has to be repealed. The president has one choice. If he go ahead to say, okay, let these people be removed, let me suspend them, then he also need to write the legislature to repeal Section 5.1, Section 5.2. It violates the Constitution. The code of conduct should not only be targeted, applicable to people in the executive. Laws are meant to govern the country. This guy at the national legislature,
thank you, VP. There are other people that close now.
So God
VP,
bless you,
thank you.
and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Say hi to Councillor Cooper Craft for us, VP. Go ahead, Councillor Lafayette.
Why you want me to say so?
No, that's okay. That's okay.
VP, I want to flow. So the first thing here is
it's related to Cooper Craft, so it's different. Go ahead, Councillor.
No. See, on the high can do things
in
get away with
closing,
it.
the code of conduct.
No, cancel.
The code of conduct. Thank you, Senator, for moving that, man. Thank you. The code of conduct is not unconstitutional. It's constitutional. You can amend. You can send it back to amend it. I doubt if the same people who we're talking to today, it will go and amend it to, I mean, to include whatever the case. So let's see. But there's a provision in our constitution that we can push to cover everybody. Are the lawmakers not employees of government? Read section 5.8. Are they not employees of government? They are employees of government. So let's see. I try to open the code of conduct to see whether there is any provision that names those who are exempt, whether it name any group of people that are exempt. Phoebe, if you can find it quick, if there's anybody exempt, is there any exemption clause? I cannot get it now, but if you find it, it will help me. So if there's no exemption clause, then we can also push that lawmakers can be covered on section 5.8 of the code of conduct that talks about employees of government not being engaged into political campaign, political management. The code of conduct does not stop you from identifying with a political party. I think if I'm mistaken, it should be section 12. Section 12 of the code of conduct gives everybody the right to make contribution, political contribution to a political party. It doesn't stop you from being a member. It says don't get involved in holding public office or your employee of government. Don't get involved into political management. Political management are the people who lead the political party, secretary general, chairperson, or those who hold coordinators. Those are the political managers. Political campaign, you're going to rallies, campaign rallies, and you're chairing. Those are the things they're talking about. So the frameworks of the law, and you cannot repeal the whole law, because you repeal the whole law, then you'll be violating Article 90C. Because Article 90C of the Constitution says there should be a code of conduct. So there has to be a code of conduct. So all that, the only hope that we had was the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court on 2 occasions ruled and said it's constitutional. In one way, they did not say because Conway was a vice presidential candidate, he had desire. No, the Supreme Court dealt with the issue of desire, and the Supreme Court said that argument would not lie. In as much as you say that the person who will be a president should be elected, a person to be elected president and vice president must have the same criteria. So the same criteria you set for the presidency must be set for the vice president. Go back and read the opinion. It says that he violated the code of conduct, but it was not gracious enough to disbar him. That's what it said. And by the time that he had done it, he had already resigned. So all of the punishment contained in the code of conduct to hold him, you could not hold him again because he already resigned. The first one you should dismiss him. You're no longer in government. So that's why I say the Electoral Commission should look at the gravity of the violation. So all in all, what we're saying here is that the Constitution is, the code of conduct is a constitutional law. The Supreme Court has ruled and said it's constitutional. The people who are under moral obligation, according to Fulby Henry, under Jefferson, that you must follow the law, that the ordinary citizen, you can talk that one to. Those are the people you are speaking to. You're not speaking to public officials who are under obligation, under oath, to defend, protect, and support or hold the law. You can't tell them to violate the law, no, because they told oath to protect it. They told oath to defend it. They told oath to support it. They told oath to uphold it. So they cannot be the one violating. People who will violate the law are the ordinary citizens who will get vexed without accept it. Those are the people that Thomas Jefferson was talking about, not public officials. So let's be short and close. You have problem with the code of conduct, go back to the legislature, go talk to them, let them change it. If they change it against themselves, well, it's up to them. We can also look at section 5.8 and see whether we can hold them accountable for it as well. But the president is on an obligation to listen to the recommendation of the ombudsman, because that's one of the reasons why he appointed those people. That's the reason why he stood up, because he made promises during the campaign that they're going to enforce the code of conduct, and to do so, he must establish a body to do it. And the body is the office of the ombudsman. And they have spoken. They have recommended he needs to act in this matter independently to save the wrangling between his government officials. You cannot be saying one thing and doing another thing. No. So I think it would be good for the president to honor Stephen Johnson. Stephen Johnson is not on the list. Nito Lai is not on the list. All the government officials are not on the list. So what's the issue? Is it because you say you support the rescue government, so you have the right to violate the law? What's about other colleagues?
Thank you very much.
Who are going and abiding by the law? So that's it. That's it, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, if you watch the clip when the ombudsman appeared, you will see that yes, indeed, they invited the party leadership, he and Lamin Kapo, Councillor Kapo, they invited the party leadership. They gave them time for Kennedy to address this issue. The lawyer also wrote Councillor Fenley Kanga, and it was they have given it enough time. But deliberately, these party members, the leadership of the party, are very stubborn, and they are challenging the ombudsman office and say, we will not back down. You cannot take us from here. I mean, I think they are, you remember some time ago, President Baka himself told them, say, you either step down and work with the party, or you leave the party position and work for the government. He said that to them. He said that. What's the political maneuvering here? Why people think that it's okay now, they can justify this. And I think they are putting the president between a rock and a hard place. Before a president takes his trip to come to the United States in September, this will be another big issue that is happening. Because the ombudsman, what I heard today, Councillor is very, very serious. He wants the president to carry out the recommendation. Paul, let's hear you. A close from your answer.
Thank you, Stanton. I think it's been a good show. Just looking at the issue on discussion. But let me come back to Councillor good point. Councillor, under the definition of section 1.3.20, it says public official in this document means any elected or appointed persons or person holding a public office having duties relating to the sovereign powers of government. So you are right. It also covers elected officials. So these people in the legislature, why have they been thinking that they've been, exempted from this law? But one thing that it also talks about sexual harassment. Means any unwelcome sexual behavior by a public official or employee of government towards any sex at the working place. So I think, where have this document been hiding? I think these things should actually help to manage the behavior of some of our government officials who are holding public offices, whether elected or not. And one thing I see sweeping around in Monrovia is people in a public office position, elected and appointed government officials, knocking people and sexually advancing on people in their work offices. What is the Ombudsman saying about this? So I think they begin to look at the law from a higher tier and begin to introduce it to the country, which I think is a good thing. Because even talk about gifts, you cannot take gift more than $200. $200 is in there. It's defined. If you are holding an elected or an appointed position, you take any gift more than $200, you must declare that gift. Do we have government officials taking gifts more than $200? Why are we writing laws in Liberia that we are not implementing? I'm getting now to begin to start with Fubi. Why are we not implementing these laws? Because the laws are beautifully looking. I mean, written big, beautiful English.
If you know somebody taking 200, I go report them.
What do you mean?
That's the fact. If you know somebody taking more than 200, I go report them.
Yeah, but that no.
If you do not complain, if you do not complain,
items value more than $200.
Yeah, but if you do not complain, how you expect them to know, Paul?
Oh, but the president said somebody giving a private jet to fly in around as a gift.
Oh, so now I got you where I want you. That the president you're talking about now.
I'm not talking about the president alone. I'm talking about people who are violating these laws.
Who the people?
I don't know why you leaving. No, but Councilor, you see the point we're making here? The law
Yeah,
is
but
clear.
Paul. But in fact, in support of Paul's argument,
Council, talking about that close. You
come back. No,
don't jump
public.
Let Paul make a point. Let go.
It's not talking business. We're just talking here. We're helping the public. Because your argument. The reason why 5.9 says the person must be removed from office. 15.1 says the person to be dismissed or removed from office. That's
why are these laws not implemented?
That's thing.
Removal
from office. That thing.
Liberia would be a very good country.
So lawmakers are part of it.
If these laws are implemented,
who remove them?
They got process of removal. They got process of removal. They got process of removal. You can file petition.
Remove the lawmaker. If the lawmaker violates the law, they are bigger than the law. Is that what you are telling me, Fubi? That the lawmakers are bigger than the law?
When the cat come in, put a bell on the cat name. Who will put a bell there?
I mean,
we'll put it there.
I can't say much on this, man, because we are right on this platform. We got people who doubt that the law will even be implemented. So why do we have it?
Yeah, but Paul, that's why we're having this phone talk. We don't have to agree. We disagree, and the people decide. So don't be discouraged.
No, I'm not going to just disagree on things that will know to actually help to improve our country. And Fubi was sitting there and be disagreeing with me.
But you just say you agree with Fubi now. And you just say you agree with Fubi.
No, I didn't agree with him.
You just say you agree with Fubi. Not getting very Fubi. But let's go home, man. Fubi, talk to us. Let's go home.
So I go just say, no, see. The rats say today the cat, when the cat making noise, when the cat coming, that poor bear run the cat next. So when the cat coming, we can hear the cat run. So they said, oh yeah, that's a very good suggestion. And the next person asked, who will put a bell on the cat neck? Nobody brave to do it. So that's the point we're talking. The lawmakers, the president cannot remove the lawmakers. Only the lawmakers can remove themselves from office. So who will implement the law against them? The lawmakers, they can impeach the president by 2/3. But will they impeach the president because of violation? So the question, we start asking the question, who will put a bell on the cat neck?
But what you it's simple. We are talking about the implementation of the rule of law.
And the implementation we're talking about.
Listen, now, let me answer you. That's why you need good lawmakers that are there for country, when you have them, people that are there for country, they will put a rope on the cat neck. You can be able to, but the problem is that you don't have them. And that's why that's why the law, but your argument is not adding up. You have people there.
The people that are there, they don't have that political courage and will to do it. So it's a waste of time. So what create a law that you know you can implement? What create a law that you know that already you will violate, and you just put it there because you want to target a certain group of people? Because the Supreme Court will not carry any verdict against the lawmaker or removal from office. So all that law is meant to deal with the executive. That's why you see that they keep running there. And that's why I said they should still be challenged. Because when you challenge that law, under Article 2, you can challenge that law under Article 2. And the composition of the Supreme Court that once upon a time voted in favor of the Code of Conduct are not the same composition of the Supreme Court today. So they can come out and tell you, say, whatever the guys did, they can undo it. And they have the power to undo it. Because now you have more rational people there. Because the people out there before, I don't trust them. I want to the cookies way for shut up Mutu. So today there's a change.
No. Hey, I beg you.
One question.
You appeal to God. I appeal to God.
If you don't fast and pray, you pray go. If you don't fast and pray, you have a special prayer against the people. That if they
I put myself there. It was all of If I did wrong, I said, I said.
Take the government of court based on the code of conduct or violation.
You can go to court. You can go to court. Well, up to the Supreme Court to rule or not to rule, and they will tell you say you don't have standing. That one of the point they will tell you don't have standing. How they can push most people outside. So they will tell you got no standing to even fight that case. You hearing? So that's the problem. So don't waste your time. That law is unjust. So it shouldn't be even
corruption in Labrador will never end.
It's not serious. You know, and
every time we see Supreme Court watching law.
We can't be here pushing, waiting for the win to pass Millennium Challenge. We are government. We're not government to be passing MCC scorecard. We need to run a country, vote on MCC scorecard.
Fubi, that different argument you're making up there, all right? I will say this to you, and that's why we come here all the time to make the case. The issue is that if we have a problem with the law, we speak through our lawmakers so they can amend the law. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be law abiding. Okay? So you are giving me reason now to tell the people of District Number 9, thank you for not voting you in.
No. I'm saying we should challenge the law. I'm saying the guy should go to the Supreme Court and challenge the law. Because Article 2 gives us the power to challenge it.
But Fubi, you are giving me reason to appreciate the people of District Number 9.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree reason.
Because these are some of the things that we got to discuss. If the law is a messed up law, those in government, we should talk to them that they can amend the law. Now, when they were confirming the Associate Justice, Kane, they are discussing about looking into the 1986 Constitution. There's a lot of issues in there. I mean, a lot of people embrace it because we'll go back for the next 100 years. If we live with the 1986 Constitution, there will be a problem all over. But for us to tell Mr. President that we have a law on the book because we do not agree with what is written in our country Bible, Constitution, the president shouldn't be law about it. It's so bad to come from us. We shouldn't even joke about this. As much as it is that Councillor Cooper now leading the 26 men and women to the Supreme Court, he is exercising his constitutional right. But we shouldn't say we should break the law. Because we agreed to break the law, the Capitol building got burned. Because we agreed to break the law, 250,000 people died. because we agreed to break the law. We fought from 1989 to 2000 something. Because we agreed to break the law, there were people today, they are Zogos because they couldn't go to school. Just because we agreed to break a fundamental part of the law. And that is wrong. The people that watch this show, they hold up with the highest esteem. They want to listen to something concrete. They want us to implement, to be forceful on the fight against corruption, to uphold the rule of law of our country. But we're gonna come here, even if we disagree, to tell Mr. President, do not be law-abiding. I think it's so discouraging. So on behalf of the network, I do not disagree with Councilor Cooper Cry. He can go to the Supreme Court. That's his
100%.
right. But I will encourage Mr. President. He will reach out to his advisor, his legal advisor, and get the legal opinion. And the law should be the law. Joseph Yima Bwaka served as vice president for 12 years when this thing was signed into law. There's a reason why he agreed with Madam Salif to do this. So we shouldn't make him to break the law and think that it's okay because now it is against us. Amos Tua will not be MD forever. Luto Tapia will not be chairman of Unity Party forever. They should be law-abiding. But as much as the counselor and his entire thing of the ombudsman push them, they get the right to. They should exercise that right to go to the Supreme Court. And when it's finalized, the president gave them two options. Either resign or you leave your position in the party.
Now you're talking with the guys. That's the guys there. And that's why I say the president cannot agree.
I mean, but we cannot just, go ahead, turn back, close.
Article 2, that's it. We got to challenge it.
Thank you, CEO. Sorry again that I came late, but I'm glad that I was able to participate in this segment. Consistent with what I said earlier, I think, the decisions to suspend or fire or terminate the employment of these people, someone is on, can you please mute yourself? Background noise. Is at the discretion of the president. There's feedback. Okay, that's better. And just to share out a little bit on what Isaac said, and I say will and pleasure. I didn't say will and pleasure. You see, when you say discretion is decisions are based on judgment and wisdom of the person making the decision. That's what it's a discretion. It's not will and pleasure. I didn't use the word will and pleasure. I use the word discretion. So this is where the president has to use his wisdom and judgment to make this decision based on the evidence.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong, brother.
Don't interrupt me, Isaac, please. Don't interrupt me. You already closed. Let me say my own. I know you have a lot on your mind.
By your fifth closing on your own, bro.
Isaac, please. I'm not going to, control to this time. I know your strategy. I think CDCians are afraid of me when I'm saying my piece. Secondly, Article 90 of the Constitution of the 1986 Constitution is consistent with the Code of Conduct, Stanton. And Fubi, you should know that as well. You are a constitutional advocate, so you should know that. Article 90. So the Code of Conduct doesn't only apply to appointed officials. It applies to all officials of government, period. Now, any sound leader, Fubi, any sound leader, will practice listening and making decision, right? Any sound leader will do that. And yes, context matters because you have to go back to really understand what is happening, why you're going to make certain decision, and you make that decision. And I say this for Mr. Doe here. A good leader will also understand that, look, when a strategy is not working, even though this government came on and the presidency, these were his priorities. If a strategy is not working, even we who are working in the private sector, you can go back to the drawing board and look at that strategy and go back and say, you know what, where do we course correct? That's what a sound leader would do. You can say, oh, I came out, I made this declaration and all of a sudden things are not working, so I gave up. No, you go back to the drawing board, you reassess, and you look at your entire strategy, includes your workforce plan,
the people that you have, the competencies and the capabilities. If these people are not working out, they're not helping you to accomplish your vision, you can put them down. You can remove them. You can replace them. That's what a good leader does. Look, I am sick and tired of the comparison, and I'm sure many librarians are sick and tired of the comparison. A government of CDC was in power for 6 years. Why didn't they implement the Ombudsman law? The code of conduct were already in place. Why didn't they operationalize the Ombudsman? So whenever we bring this comparison, and now all of a sudden, you know, you want to come and pretend like, well, you are in the interest of the librarian people. You were there for 6 years to do these things. You didn't do them. Look, no amount of propaganda now is going to bring the CDC back to power. And this is not about the CDC tonight. If the librarian people want to consider, even if President Joseph Nyuma was to fail, or the current government was to fail, God forbid, because we want them to succeed, because when they succeed, librarians succeed. But CDC shouldn't be and will not be an option. There are way qualified librarians out there, patriots who are ready and willing to step to the plate of leadership challenges in Liberia and to serve their nation with honor and integrity. You will never provoke me again. But this is our nation, and I've always said on the show, when we put nation first, when we just remove our partisan hearts and just forget about being CDC a little bit or being unity partisan a little bit, we have 30 other parties in Liberia. It is about putting nation first and trying to do the right thing. And Stanton, on this ombudsman case, the president of Liberia should use his discretion, his judgment, and wisdom. It's going to be a tough one, but he has to take some decision. And you know, termination or firing people is also not the only option to the president. But in that wisdom, I'm confident that he will make the right decision to move this country forward, to set the pace, to set precedent, so people know that he's ready and truly willing, you know, to continue the fight against corruption. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Nelson, can you come? I'm sorry that we kept you to after one, Nelson. As a do, thank you very much. It's always good having you. Tama Agalas, I don't know who pushing you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me ask Tama something quick before we go. Tama, let me ask you something.
No, going back, no asking question about leader.
No way. Tama, if the court rules say this person is guilty, should go to jail, it is the executive that should enforce that ruling. Is it the president's pleasure to accept if the person goes to jail or not? You are muted.
I will answer for Tama.
Tama, go ahead.
The court ruling is a court ruling, Isaac, though. How do you compare discretion with a court ruling?
It's a different scenario.
It's a different scenarios, Isaac. You can't compare apples and oranges.
We're not yelling.
Oh, no.
Tama, just answer the man, my man.
They are comparing apples to oranges.
Very simple, very simple. You compare
apple to salt. You are comparing apple to pineapple, yeah.
Exactly. It's not the same thing.
Apple to salt.
When we get there,
you can't compare.
So the court's ruling is a decision in conformity with the law.
It has already been interpreted.
The Ombudsman ruling is a decision in conformity with the law.
Isaac, where did the Ombudsman say that ruling?
Let me ask.
Where did the Ombudsman recommendation say that ruling?
Well, let me ask the question now. Let me ask you the question.
Okay.
Go and read the report.
I read the report. I have it right here.
You will see all of the terms used in court. You will see defendant, you will see this, you will see all of those, because the legal people will come and tell you these things are in line with the law. So they apply it as per the law. It is not at the will and pleasure of the president to implement the law. If the law comes from GSC, it's the law. It is not because it is not from the court.
All right, Isaac, can I come in?
I come in. If the law comes from RAA, it's the law. If the law comes from the office of the Ombudsman, it's the law. implementation of the law is not subjected to one's will. It's not a subject of the president's wanting to or not wanting to. So if you will take yourself back a little bit and stop looking at orange and apple, when of course we are talking about the same orange and orange, because at the bottom of it comes the law. So my brother, the president should stop making his partisans happy when he knows he is on MC Hammer. Do not touch.
All right, can I come in?
Let the ombudsman go enforce the law now.
Can I come in now? Just 30 seconds.
So we gotta go, guys. Guys, we gotta go. We want to sit
30
to all of
seconds,
you.
30 seconds, please.
Let go. I beg you.
All right, Isaac, give me 30 seconds now. Give me 30 seconds. No, give me 30 seconds. Isaac, you ask a question. Let me just say something, man. Come on, please. Let's be honest. Show respect to each other. You ask a question. You are comparing a legal ruling and a recommendation. Stanton, if you put page 14 of the Ombudsman report, where it says recommendations and remedial actions, you have it, Stanton. You shared the report earlier. It didn't say here's what the law says. The Ombudsman.
But even the court says opinion. The court rules opinion.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you are mistaken, brother. You are mistaken.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks to all of you. We appreciate your time. Fubi, thank you, my brother. Dr. Fubi F.A. Harris, thank you. Have a good night. To you, Tamba, thank you for jumping in. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Asido, the Lone Sedition, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Paul Kennedy, as always, my brother, thanks, and we'll see you again tomorrow. You want me to announce what you're about to do? Paul Kennedy said no, he ran away. Nelson Colette, thank you for sleeping on us briefly. I know you're tired, but again, thank God that you're awake. Thank you very, very much for the wonderful show, and have a good night.
Oh, okay.
You are muted, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Have a good night as well. The Liberian people say they enjoy the show, and they're looking forward to another one tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow by God's grace. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Where Ghana on that platform?
My man, go to bed. Go to bed, Patrick.
Well, folks, I want to say thank you. Thanks to all of you for being here tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. We appreciate all of you who called in, played the listening role. Those of you who just sat by the radio across the country listening to the different interactions, we appreciate you. Thanks to our partner radio stations for relaying the program as well. All the stations: Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani, Seklipi in Niba County. We appreciate all of you for relaying the program. And thanks to the many of you who always make up time to be here. Just before I go, let me send a birthday greeting out to my dear sister, Shirley Snare. Say happy birthday. Special birthday. Celebrate your birthday. Wish you all the best. And we wish you long life, good health, and all of that as you celebrate your birthday today. I think there's a copyright to that song, so yeah, we couldn't play the entire thing. But I want to say thanks to the many of you engaging in the comment section as well, sharing your thoughts. We appreciate you. Thanks to all of you for being here with us. We look forward to a great show tomorrow. Until then, my name is Nelson Collier. Have a good night, and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. It's Mr. Y. The CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South, man.